Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I'd also like to pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. I welcome Minister Damien Tudehope and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of finance and employee relations. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness, according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take questions on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you're free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please mute or turn their phones to silent for the duration of today's hearing. All witnesses will be sworn in prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you don't have to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I'd also like to remind the following witnesses that you do not need to be sworn as you have been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. That's in fact everybody except for Ms Dobbins. So Ms Dobbins, if you could please state your full name, position, title and then swear either an oath or affirmation on the card in front of you.
Thank you, Chair. Samara Dobbins, Deputy Secretary, People and Operations, Premier and Cabinet. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 to 12:45 with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. We're joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:15 with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance today, and we'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Good morning to your officials as well. Minister, when did you first become aware that Revenue New South Wales was using machine technology to garnish unpaid debts from people's bank accounts?
Yeah, thanks for that. There was a report by the Ombudsman in relation to an inquiry which the New South Wales Ombudsman had done in respect of unpaid debts. I think it is probably wrong to characterise it as automated. There was a suggestion in that report that that Revenue ought to obtain legal advice in respect of the manner in which they were collecting unpaid debt and the manner in which they were issuing garnishee orders. I think Revenue formed the view, and I stand to be correct, you've got Revenue here and I'm sure they will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the general perception was that the Ombudsman obtained advice in relation to it, and I think Revenue thought that the advice that the Ombudsman was taking was sufficient for the purposes of satisfying himself in relation to the legality of the manner in which Revenue were collecting or using garnishee orders.
So, Minister, can I just stop you there? So are you just saying that you first became aware of it really when the Ombudsman's report came out?
I think, yeah, absolutely, and I think it was raised at the time and there was some media in relation to it.
And so the issue of the lawfulness of others, which you've just touched on, which the Ombudsman suggested it was unlawful.
I think that's wrong to characterise it as unlawful. I think he suggested that they ought to obtain legal advice. I don't think he suggested that it was unlawful what was being done. I think he was suggesting that it should in fact be the subject of legal advice.
And have you got legal advice?
I think the answer to that is yes, and I'll ask Mr Johnson to confirm that.
And when did you? And if you could tell us when you got that legal advice as well.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Ms Sharp. We received the advice that the Ombudsman provided in late 2020. Following the report that was released in December, we sought additional advice because we had made through the...
So just 21?
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
In early December 21, we sought further advice from the Crown Solicitor's Office. That's nearing completion. But the sense is that we are performing in a way that, whilst they've provided some suggestions for us to continue to improve our process and be very explicit about the interactions that humans have in the decision making, which they always have, but we're resolving that advice in the coming weeks.
So just to be clear though, in terms of Revenue New South Wales deciding that it was going to use essentially sort of artificial intelligence technology to take money out of people's bank accounts, no legal advice was sought.
So it is incorrect to say that we are using artificial intelligence to take out...
machine technology, do you prefer that terminology? What terminology do you use?
I would use automation to characterise what we do, which is effectively answering fairly simple, generally binary questions of, is someone a minor, yes or no, progressing it through a pathway. We do use artificial intelligence, which is really important to speak of, that diverts people from the garnishee order process. About 12 to 15,000 people each year, through understanding the characteristics of people and identifying vulnerability, diverts them from that process.
And when was that put in place?
We've been using this and progressing it over the last 2 years, but that is not a punitive effort. That is a diversionary effort away from garnishee orders.
So how is it possible then over that other period of time that people basically had their bank accounts emptied to zero?
Well, that's incorrect. That's just wrong to say that.
You're saying that that's not the case, even though the Ombudsman had... You're disputing the Ombudsman's case studies in relation to this?
Correct, because there was always a disposition by Revenue that they would leave sufficient in the account for the purpose of making sure that the accounts weren't in fact reduced to zero. And I think that currently the position is that the nature of the garnishee order is only for sums above, and I think it's about $540. $523.10.
Okay.
So when was that put in place? My understanding is it was put in place after the Ombudsman raised concerns, not before.
No, that is not correct. So the examples where that were used of accounts being effectively emptied related back to 2016. The initial investigation working with the Ombudsman began in 2016, which several years later was closed and then restarted. But following that, Revenue New South Wales implemented a protected amount, which is currently at $536.90.
And when was that put in place?
It is several years, but I'll take that.
Come back to me. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just trying to understand.
Because I was asked about this at last estimates, and it was certainly in place last time I was asked about it. Because
I'm not suggesting it's not in place. I'm asking questions about how we got to a position where people had their bank accounts empty.
Well, it might have been as far back.
If I could also add, where we've identified a position where people have had their bank accounts emptied when they were where that wasn't appropriate, such as if they're on Centrelink benefits, etc., we put the money back into the account and work.
And so, how do you find that out? It requires somebody to approach you.
This is historic, but yes, that was the case that happened, and well before my time within Revenue. But we had a process where if someone made complaint or contacted us to say this, we would do that. And still, in fact,
but it requires. So obviously, there's been this process. Do you know how many people, given the Ombudsman's report, do you have any sense of how many people this could have happened to?
So I've asked the Ombudsman for details on any customers that...
yeah, but that's an individual case study. We're talking about thousands.
I'm just going to raise a point of order at this point. Ms Sharp's asking a number of questions of the witnesses, and they are responsive. I just asked, for the benefit of Hansard, that we allow the witness to finish their response before Ms Sharp interjects or asks a further question. It just makes it easier for Hansard and those people watching online.
Look, I mean, we need one person speaking at a time, but I don't think that's the situation here. I don't think Mr.
I think Mr. Johnson's doing quite well on his own.
It's not about Mr. Johnson.
Look,
it's
I've
about
ruled.
Hansard.
Mr. Johnson, you can finish your answer. Ms. Sharp, you have the call.
So I think an important fact here is that the debt that is owed is not disputed.
Sure, but Mr. Johnson, I'm just trying to. What I'm trying to understand is how many people, a system was put in place, and even if it was a few years ago, it impacted pretty significantly on individuals in terms of their ability to pay their rent and feed their families. I'm trying to understand it, and so it came to your attention that there was an issue. Has there been any work to actually understand how many people, or really is anyone that's had this happen to them? Really, it's up to them to come to Revenue New South Wales to say, hey, there was a problem here, and I'd like some money back.
So as I previously said, this is a number of years ago where the practice was in place.
But people were harmed during that process, whether it was 1 year ago or 4 years ago.
What is also not disputed is that this is a genuine debt. So while we have our legislation requires us to step through enforcement actions as they progress, and one of those is the garnishee order process. So many people don't. We try for about 3 months till we get to the point where we've had no contact that we go down this path. We do require people to tell us if we've created an issue for them, and I would encourage, if you've got examples, to reach out to us outside of this, because we're very happy to look at every case that there's an issue with. But we've not had significant complaints historically. I think the efforts that Revenue New South Wales does, particularly in the last couple of years, on supporting vulnerable and diverting people away from using garnishee orders, has made a remarkable difference to the well-being of people.
Mr. Johnson, can we just go back? You said when was the policy changed that you would not? So when was this amount introduced? The 523 or the 536?
August 2016.
August 2016. Okay, so that was the first date at which you checked that, or Revenue New South Wales would check that there was actually money in the bank account. Is that correct? August 2016 was the first time that was introduced?
August 2016 was where there was a limit. There was effectively an amount put that we would always leave in the bank account.
Okay, so prior to that, there was no amount. You would simply take all of the money.
Not necessarily. It's important to know here that the system prior to this time partly relied on banks where people were on Centrelink provisions. There was a requirement for the garnishee order to effectively fail in those settings. What we knew is the system was very complex and didn't work. And so while we were trying to do our best in managing that, garnishee orders it requires the data management of banks to be consistent across institutions. So we instituted this change because of the problems that the Ombudsman back in this time initiated.
Mr. Johnson, how many, you said that you would back pay if people complained. How many complaints did you receive
Sorry, I don't think he said he would back pay. I said he said he would be prepared to consider individual examples. I don't think there was any commitment to make back payments.
Sorry, so my question was, you said that if there was a complaint, that then you would put the money back in the account.
So
not
if
back
there
pay,
was,
put the money back in the account. How many complaints did you receive?
I'll take that on notice, and I think the question also is how often would have we reimbursed or put their money back on.
You can give us that too, that would be great.
I believe we could take that.
I'd make this observation, though. The evidence here just given is this is pre-2016, so we're looking at some
6 years or so
6 years ago for what was occurring. So
yes, but this is a very serious issue, Minister, and we are wanting to know what efforts were made at the time. The policy said that if there was a complaint made, then the money would go back. I'm just interested to know how many times it actually occurred.
Yeah, so to the best of our ability, we'll respond to that, noting the time.
All right, excellent. And sorry, Minister, I just wanted to be clear. You said that the first time you were aware of this issue was when the Ombudsman's report was tabled in Parliament. Is that correct?
I was aware that it was that the Ombudsman was critical about the use of automation, and in fact wanted to just establish the legality of the process that was being used. And I must say that I think there was an opportunity of potentially obtaining legal advice, but I'm satisfied that the advice that has been obtained does legitimise what is occurring in relation to the collection of garnishes. Just remember, in relation to this, is that garnishes are part of a very, very wide process of dealing with debtors of revenue, including a whole range of activity which revenue engage in. And over the last, certainly while I've been the Minister, there have been a absolute stepping up of interaction between debtors to make sure that of their capacity to pay, and whether it's payment programs, whether it's work and development orders, whether it's a whole series of things that revenue work with debtors of revenue to work through. I have to say that garnishes are often like the last resort that revenue would use, having exhausted a whole series of other things to try and resolve the debt.
Do you know what the actual administrative cost is associated with issuing a garnishee order?
Again, that's an operational thing, and I'd probably...
I would have to take that on notice. I think it would be the automation effort for us, where, again, fairly simple questions that are being answered through automation has saved significant effort for us and enabled us to divert our resources and our strengths to supporting people who are vulnerable. So the cost of this is reduced significantly. But we could...
If you can tell us even this afternoon, that would be great.
It may take longer than that, because I think thinking about this process in isolation...
It's okay, you'll have 21 days, that'll be all right.
Yeah,
that's fine. The reason why I'm asking is that, there's some information that's been provided to the opposition in relation to this, where the garnishee orders have been actually executed for debts as low as 1 cent or as low as 20 cents. How many of those have you put out?
Well, can I just say that I think if there are specific examples, and the Commissioner has indicated that if there are specific examples you want to put to him, I think he's happy to consider them. But I agree with you that if we are using a legal process to recover 20 cents or 1 cent, that would be an inappropriate use of.
Yeah, we've got information that was released under GIPA that basically says in 2018-19, the lowest amount recovered was 1 cent. Clearly, that's someone who's just put in the wrong information when they've gone, paid their final one.
The amount in the bank account may have been 1 cent above the protected amount. That's why it would have returned 1 cent.
That's. Well,
So I'll take that on notice. I suspect there's very.
I'd like to know how. Really, what I'm asking for. That's just the information we asked was, what was the lowest amount remitted? One was in 1819, the lowest amount was 1 cent. Yep. In 1920, it was $7, but in 2021, it was 20 cents.
So I. Without having those numbers in front of me or the context, I believe that would be referring to we have a cap, which currently is $536.90. Someone may have a debt that would be more than 20 cents or 1 cent, but we have put through the garnishee order and it goes to a bank, and it's carried out to the end, to the point of the cap, which might create a point where it's a very low value.
Just to be quite clear, Michelle, I don't think you're suggesting that we actually issued a garnishee order to.
I'd hope not. Well, I'm trying to get an idea of how many. The basis of all of this is that there are very vulnerable people who get themselves into a lot of debt, and there's been an extreme amount of work done over many years to actually find alternatives for people. The loss of licence. There's a cascading effect. No one's pretending that it's an easy issue, but it's very vulnerable people who are often really hard up against it in terms of where they're at with fines and debts. I'm trying to understand how the system manages that vulnerability.
So I believe quite strongly that the caps that we have in place work because you see information like that where there's a small amount. We've had 3 months of trying to engage, communicate, get a response from people who have a fine or a debt with us, and there is nothing. Actually, a 1 cent or 20 cents can help us start an engagement process where often there might be a pathway through other options such as work development orders or other pathways which have increased in use with the changes that were made around fairer fines in the past 18 months.
Sorry, okay, thank you. To go back to, and I've got different dates as well, and so I'll ask you just to confirm this. My understanding is that the base number of whatever, around the $520 didn't come into place until September 2018. Are you saying that that's incorrect? I know you said 2016, but sorry, my information. I'm testing. I'm not making accusations. I'm just asking.
The numbers do change. So to leave a protected amount that may have been appropriate in 2016 for 6 years unchanged is.
So what was it? Well, in that case, can you tell us what the protected amount was each year from 2016? You can take it on notice.
Yeah.
But we started the cap in 2016. That's August 2016.
Yeah, but I'd like. Yeah.
And how were people identified? What was the criteria for you leaving that amount? Was everybody allowed to have that amount of money left in there? Every
person who is a garnishee order is sent to, they will be a minimum of currently $536.90 in their account. It's not means tested. It is consistent for everyone. And so if someone has more in this, they're able to meet their debt. But it's really to put a catch for those that don't have sufficient funds in their account, so they're left with.
Is there any additional checking, for example, if someone's classed as a vulnerable person, that has been in place or that is in place? Absolutely.
So there's some really wonderful work we do using artificial intelligence which tries to identify vulnerability through the thousands and millions of interactions we have with customers so that we can find people who are really suffering and we divert them away from the garnishee order process. So we do more contact, think about how do we connect with them, and in the past 2 years, 12 to 15,000 people each year have benefited from that process. So we're doing our very best using the information that we have and using AI for an absolute positive outcome for the people that we're working with, so that the ones that we go through the garnishee orders, we hope it's successful for us because it's an important part of our function, but it doesn't leave people disadvantaged beyond their means.
Okay. We'll come back to, I think, this afternoon. We'll have some more answers about that. And you're going to get us the figures around, I think we keep going, though, because we don't have our crossbench people.
We're at crossbench time, but there's no crossbench at the moment.
That's okay. We've got plenty. Just bear with me for a tick. Minister, I wanted to ask you about the Dust Diseases Board. Minister, you're now in charge of the Dust Diseases Board. Let's just confirm that.
For my sins.
Yes, you are. Obviously, this is something that's taken the interest of the Parliament and many people over a long period of time. There was a 2018 Law and Justice inquiry that made a recommendation in relation to updating the list of dust diseases contained in the Workers' Compensation Dust Diseases Act. And CIRA has been asking questions about why that hasn't occurred. My understanding is the amendments are with you. When are we going to see legislation that will update the Dust Diseases Act?
Well, I think it's... it's complex in relation to there is a significant amount of amendments to be made in relation to both Workers' Compensation Act, dust diseases, and they all arise out of certainly work which various committees of the Parliament has done and reports which have been provided. Can I just say this in relation to that? The McDougall report identified a whole series of reforms which needed to be made to workers' compensation, including dust diseases and how ICARE manages those various responsibilities. there is engagement with CIRA and iCare in respect of moving that legislation forward. Specifically, the legislation is within the province of the minister responsible for CIRA. However, the progress of that legislation is something which needs to be negotiated with iCare. Now, that is happening, and it is a process to make sure that we get the legislation right at the end of the day, to make sure, A, claims are handled properly, and to have an emphasis on workers and having empathy with workers arising from that legislation. So what I would be saying to you is I can understand the frustration relating to potentially the delay, but I would also say that in respect of the manner in which we progress legislation, it is important to get that legislation right. So speed is one thing, getting it right is another thing, and
this is 2018.
Yep.
Like, I mean, we were just talking about how long ago it was that you fixed the revenue and fine system. This is 3 years. Workers with these dust diseases cannot get workers' compensation while ever this is outstanding. It's not a small matter.
Sorry.
It's not a small matter.
What are you suggesting?
Well, I'm suggesting that there needs to be a bit more urgency in relation to this. From your answer, it sounds to me that you're looking...
Which workers are being deprived of...
workers who are currently outside the dust diseases legislation.
Yep.
They currently cannot get workers' compensation for these matters.
Well, you're saying they can't get workers' compensation or are not within the dust diseases?
Within the dust diseases scheme, that's right.
They can get workers' compensation?
Yes. But they cannot get the compensation until this occurs. I mean, this is not a small matter. These are diseases that are killing people. These are not just chronic diseases as well. Like, it's a serious... Anyway,
well, if you
want to argue the toss, my question is how... You're saying it's taking a while, so do we take from your answer then that you're waiting for a more wholesale review before the dust diseases matters will be dealt with?
I'm saying to you is that I recognise the urgency of what needs to occur, and I will certainly be progressing that legislation, but I think it's a suite of legislation I think that will be coming forward.
Well, just on that point, Minister, what's your time frame?
I'm reluctant to actually commit to say, but the Workers' Compensation Amendment legislation to implement the McDougall reforms is still the subject of negotiations, and I think it'd be wrong for me to make a specific commitment, except that I think that my commitment is to make sure we get it right. And to the point that Ms Sharp makes about workers being excluded from benefits because we haven't amended the legislation, that I think, to the extent that existed and they were receiving no benefits, and the point that I was making is I think they're still entitled to a workers' compensation benefit.
Yeah, some of them are. I think some of them it's less clear whether they're covered or not.
The silicosis.
So you've got the dust diseases regime. If there's not a specified disease, you don't have access to that special scheme with those additional supports. But I think at least one of the inquiries received some evidence that it wasn't clear that all of the sufferers were covered by the residual workers' compensation scheme.
I agree with you, and I will, arising from this hearing, I will work a bit harder to make sure that the dust diseases component is moved on more quickly.
Well, that's good. What about the registration scheme that was recommended by, I think it was the Law and Justice Inquiry? Victoria's got one. It's described by all the sort of experts in the field as the gold standard. It's where employers would be registered, you'd have an immediate ban on dry cutting, and registration allows government to track both the workers as well as the employers for health screening purposes and other matters. It seems to be uncontroversial, but this has been dragging on for some 4+ years.
I recognise the force of what you say, and again, let me just come back to you in relation to where we are in terms of progressing that. I think Mr Harding may have some more well, in fact, Mr Harding quite correctly said that registration is a WorkSafe issue, but I'm loath to pass that to anyone. I think it's a component of the Dust and Diseases Compensation Scheme, and to the extent that I have to work with another minister, I'm happy to do that to make sure that I progress it.
Okay, well, in relation to the retraining of workers exposed to silica, there was also a recommendation that the government consider Tafe subsidies, other forms of income support funded through iCare. So I guess iCare is in your portfolio, isn't it? So the idea is...
Harding is here.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Just want to make sure I'm asking the right minister.
Yeah, sure.
So the idea is that iCare would fund these additional supports for workers affected by various dust diseases so that they can be properly vocationally retrained to do other work. Yep. Is that something else that you will bring forward as a matter of urgency?
Well, I might just pass to Mr Harding to just ascertain whether in fact there is any scheme set up in relation to dust diseases which allows for retraining of workers as part of the return to work.
Just for your assistance, Minister, it was a 29 review of the dust diseases scheme, I think by the Law and Justice Committee, that made that recommendation. I think it's recommendation 4.
What year?
I think it was 2019.
29, thank you. Mr Harding?
Thank you. Yeah, maybe just to come back to your previous question. So there are a large number of dust diseases covered through the dust disease scheme. So asbestos-induced carcinoma, asbestos related to pleural disease, bagasosis, sorry, my pronunciation, berylosis, bisosis, coal dust pneumocystis, farmer's lung, hard metal pneumocosis, mesothelioma, silicosis, mesothelioma, yeah, silicosis, silicotuberculosis, and talicosis. We will also cover other lung and pleural or peritoneum disease, and anyone who is exposed to a dust disease through a course of work can obviously, as the Minister's been saying, make a claim under workers' compensation. So that's the full list. In respect to your question just then about the work with getting people back to work or into alternate roles, in respect to people working in the manufactured stone industry, we have a program where we do lung screening on site for all of the manufactured stone locations. And when we identify...
So registration would assist with that, wouldn't it?
Well, registration is an issue that I can't pass a view on. We work with those injured workers. Now, in most of those cases, those people are working in their core trained industry, and they're very keen to maintain themselves in that industry. But we do seek to offer retraining. We do seek to work with them to find ways for them to leave the manufactured stone industry so they don't continue to increase their exposure and or have further impact by being in a silicosis-prone environment.
Okay, well, perhaps you can tell us what support is currently provided to victims of silica-related diseases who currently receive not very much support to retrain and upskill. Like what supports are there at the moment?
Well, that will depend on the individual and the conversation we have with the individual about what their preferences are.
Okay, so you might tailor a response for that individual.
Yes, what I'm also signalling is that the majority of the cases that we experience is the individuals prefer to stay in their existing trained vocation, and we don't have many people who are seeking support to retrain. It is unfortunately the nature of the individuals. We have instances of people moving interstate to continue their employment in a manufactured stone industry when we've recommended against it. So these are individual decisions that people have to make. We try and provide support in various forms to encourage them around different career choices and retraining options, and that's a process we work through with each individual.
You mentioned lung screening. How many sites do you conduct lung screening at?
So we have the site here in the city, and we have a mobile lung bus which goes around New South Wales on a continuous loop. We get to, if you're inquiring in respect to silicosis, we get to every manufactured site over the year. so that we can encourage screening for all people in that exposure zone. We have done, in the last year, 4,391 screenings across both, irrespective of type, for all types of lung disease or dust disease. About 1,100 of those have been done in the Pitt Street Clinic. 3,190 of those have been done through the lung bus in its touring around the regions, and 35 have been done through external providers.
And how are the, so how do people find these services? You promote them, what you advertise?
Yes, we advertise, we promote, we obviously work with the employer groups and with the union groups to make people aware of when the lung buses will be in their locations and or to ask people to come in for screenings. People are offered through the lung bus a chest x-ray, and in the case of silicosis, we recommend and provide funding for a CT scan for every person who has or works in a manufactured stone site.
Okay. How many manufactured stone workers are currently working in New South Wales? Do you know?
I've not got the answer to that question, sorry.
Registration will probably help with that too. Do you know how many so you wouldn't know what percentage have managed to obtain scans? Do you have a sort of rough estimate?
Well, our program is targeted to get to all of the manufactured stone sites, including the ones that are not the actual manufacturer, but people using the stone for implementation. So I can't give you an answer that we're actually at 100%, but that is our goal, and that's my understanding of what we've achieved so far.
Okay, so your evidence is that you think you're getting close to 100%?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
I would be highly confident that we're getting to the vast majority of sites across Australia. They've just said to me that all manufactured stone sites are visited, and we do it in conjunction with Safe Work. So there's Safe Work providing advice to the employer about site, safety features, and we're actually doing a pilot program with Safe Work on a silica monitor that can be worn by people so that they can have advanced warning when the exposure rate gets above acceptable standards. We visit the sites with Safe Work. We do the lung screenings. Safe Work does the advice and discussions with the employer.
Okay. Minister, are you considering, or would you consider making it mandatory for employers to organise regular screening, for example, annual screening of their workforce, similar to, I think it's in the coal sector. You've got screening of all the workforce every year?
Well, it's a fair call. I think it's probably data-driven. In the 2021 year, I think there were 37 workers with silicosis, which were, I think, identified by iCare, and 17 of those were detected through the dust diseases screening unit, which iCare operates. So to the extent that the mandatory screening would be warranted because of data, I don't know if we're necessarily at that point yet, but data would inform that decision, I would say.
Okay. Just noting Mr. Harding's evidence about his level of confidence, how do you know where all sites are in New South Wales if there's no process of mandatory registration?
Well, I suppose the impact of that question is it's a bit hit and miss, but I think Mr. Harding's evidence was that they are confident that they have identified most of the stone manufacturing or stone manufacturing companies and have gone through a process, I assume, I shouldn't assume, but to identify the stone manufacturers for the purposes of making sure that they utilise the resources of the screening unit effectively. Mr. Harding might be able to identify the process that they've gone through to identify where screening or mobile screening units were sent and the like.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is a ongoing process, right? So it's not a once done and fixed. We do this every year, but we obviously get notification from Safe Work about the sites that they are monitoring and that they're looking at from an employer perspective. and then we get input from the unions, I believe, to also understand where they've got concerns about various sites. So it's a two-way process. It's not a
not set and forget.
It's not a set and forget. And I just reassure you, when I say we visit them every year, and that list, it grows and changes every year with the nature of the industry.
3 minutes. Yeah, we've got 3 minutes, so.
Okay. In the short time remaining to me, Minister, bearing in mind that I think there is previous reviews have identified at least 5 dust diseases that aren't included in the
And that you think that should be. Yeah.
And that's based on, it progresses in sort of medical understanding. Will you give some consideration to maybe flipping the way the Act works so that it's sort of more catch-all? It's sort of, rather than having to opt in as new afflictions are located through tragic experience, to make sure that the legislation catches these?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to work with you in relation to that. I think that there is, if in fact it's an inefficient drafting of the legislation that you suggest, that it's an ever-expanding list and perhaps it ought to be flipped so as to an opt-in or opt-out approach to the way the legislation works. I think that's probably good governance.
It's not a bad idea. Okay. Well, I think it's time for Mr. Shoebridge then.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sell. Minister, nice to see you this morning.
You must have been detained in another place, Mr. Shoebridge.
I was. There was some significant transport disruption between here and the Macquarie, which I blame the Minister for, of course.
Which Minister, Mr. Shoebridge?
Oh, Minister Elliott. Yep. Minister, have you kept track of the financial position of the nominal insurer?
Well, that's a broad question. I am broadly aware of the position in relation to the nominal insurer.
Yeah, what's its funding ratio sitting there today?
And I could be corrected on that. I think it could be 102, I think was the last advice that I had. But Mr. Harding, is that?
Minister, for the nominal insurer at the moment, the insurance ratio is 115%.
Oh, sorry, I was referring to the term.
That's at the 31st of December.
Mm. And is that the last time you reported, Mr. Harding, the funding ratio for the nominal insurer only a month ago was about 102%. Are you saying it's now improved by 13%?
You've just made the same mistake as me, I think.
I'm not sure where the 102s come from, Mr. Shoebridge. I think receipt of our December liability valuation, I think we were talking about an insurance ratio around about 120 odd, or 118 in fact, and it's obviously come down to 115 following the actuarial work on the liability valuation for December.
All right. Have you got that actuarial report from December?
I have, Mr. Shoebridge, yes.
Can you provide it to the committee, Mr. Harding?
Well, I don't have the physical report with me, Mr. Shoebridge, but I'm happy to tell you the outcomes, yes.
Well, will you email it to the Secretariat, Mr. Harding? We don't anymore require you to print things out and bring them along. It's 2022.
I'm happy to provide it, or the executive summary of it, on notice, yes, Mr. Shoebridge.
Well, could you provide it today to the...
I'm happy to provide it on notice, Mr. Shoebridge.
Why are you resisting providing it today, Mr. Harding?
Order. Sorry, point of order, Chair. We've been very respectful, I think, for the last 40-odd minutes. Now, witnesses are entitled, as they are, to take questions on notice. Mr. Harding has obviously taken that question on notice. I don't believe it's in order for Mr. Shoebridge to second judge and berate the witness for what is clearly a procedural fairness issue that the witness can take a question on notice.
Okay,
to be clear,
there's no point of order. There's no berating, there's no any of that. Witnesses can take questions on notice if they wish, and Mr. Shoebridge is entitled to ask follow-ups. There's no point of order here.
So, Ms. Harding, why are you resisting the very simple task of asking your staff to just email it through to the Secretariat? I don't understand.
I just would make this point, Mr Shoebridge, is that before providing it, he would need to potentially obtain advice in respect of tabling the report. There is a process for tabling the report. If he wants to take it on notice, I'd be advising Mr Harding that that's the appropriate course that he should adopt.
And Mr Harding, does the 115% valuation for the nominal insurer, it obviously takes into account the fact that there are deeming provisions to allow for the provision of workers' compensation to frontline workers who get COVID. I'm assuming the 115% valuation takes that into account.
To the extent that those we had experience up to the end of December, Mr Shoebridge. It doesn't take into account the experience we've had post December 31st, because that's the nature of what it is, the balance date valuation of 31 December.
Well, Mr Harding...
So yes, the answer is yes, but to the 31st of December. So it doesn't include January and February in terms of when the majority of our COVID claims, which is what I'm assuming you're referring to, have been received.
Have you got any advice from the actuaries that would suggest the 115% funding ratio of the nominal insurer has been negatively impacted by COVID claims in January and February?
Well, maybe if I simplify the answer to the question, included in the strengthening to the provisions and the reserves for the 31st of December was a $170 million increase related to the COVID experience to that date. As we progress through the rest of the 6 months to June, the actuary will have further evidence upon which to base the valuation at that date, which will include January and February. But we have provided you before in the hearing in respect to the presumptive, the number of claims that we've incurred in that period of time. And I would highlight that actually the number of claims relating to the presumptive clause actually are higher outside the nominal insurer than they are inside the nominal insurer, specialised in self-insurers.
Your best actuarial evidence is the evidence you have from 2 months ago at the end of December. Is that right, Mr Harding, or do you have better evidence about actuarial evidence about the state of the scheme now?
The scheme has an actuarial valuation cycle for every 6 months, Mr Shoebridge, with the balance dates 31st of December and 30 June. That is the most recent date upon which the liabilities have been reviewed.
Minister, are you aware what the targeted funding ratio is for the nominal insurer?
For the nominal insurer, about 120.
Well, there's a range, isn't there?
Yeah, there is a range.
What's the range, Mr Harding?
Well, there are a number of ranges, Mr Shoebridge, in our capital management plan that help the board work through the different stages of changes in the funding ratio. It is clear that right now we are not in our desired range, which we've talked about before. The ultimate target ratio would be above 130%, but there is a range that between 120 and 130, which the Minister is referring to, which is the middle range, and then below 120, which is where we are today.
And what is the range that the board has adopted? You say you have a target of 130%, but what's the range which the board has adopted that is permissible for the fund to operate in? Is it between 110 and 130? I mean, or does the board permit you to have a funding ratio of less than 100%? What's the range, Mr. Harding?
So maybe if I perhaps just challenge around the word permissible, because this is a policy that talks about the normal fluctuations of solvency up and down during a period of time. The board's target, as I have said, or the board's preferred range, ideal range, if you like, is in excess of 130%. But we look at that over a very long time period. The capital management policy, which I'm sure you've seen on our website, talks to looking over a 10-year period at how we ensure the ongoing sustainability of the scheme. So when we look at 115%, which I'll remind you, Mr Shoebridge, doesn't mean that the board is in difficulty. It means that we are well able to cover our liabilities. The assets cover the liabilities, including the investment income, looking forward. What it does mean is that there is some work for us to do over the next coming years to address that. through the programs of work that we've got ongoing. And yes, ultimately, when we've addressed that, we would like to be above 130%. That's the board's preferred range. But we recognise that for a number of different reasons, such as the introduction of COVID, changes to investment markets, changes to the nature of work, the increasing prevalence of psychological claims, that there will be fluctuations up and down through those bands with relevant actions for management to take depending on where we are in each of those band ranges.
You see, Mr Harding, the nominal insurer's funding ratio disclosed in iCare's annual report for last financial year had the funding ratio at that time at 97%.
Mr Hughes, I think you're confusing the accounting ratio and the insurance funding ratio.
All right. So you've been, when I've been asking you about the funding ratio, you've been telling me about the insurance ratio.
Well, the insurance ratio is the ratio that we are using to measure the long-term sustainability of the scheme.
I'm reading.
So just to be clear, advice.
No, Mr Harding. So for the last 10 minutes, while I've been asking you about the funding ratio, which is as it's described in your annual report, you've actually been telling me about the insurance ratio. Is that right?
As I've said, Mr Shoebridge, and I believe we've had this conversation before, Mr McDougall recommended in his review that the appropriate measure for considering the long-term sustainability of the scheme and looking at the scheme's position is to consider the insurance funding ratio. The accounting ratio is a point-in-time measure that does not reflect the long-term sustainability of the scheme. It is a measure that is used for accounting purposes, and that's why it's reported in the annual report. But we also report in the annual report the insurance ratio.
We will now have to revisit everything we've done. And to be clear, I'm not asking you about the insurance ratio. I'm asking you about the funding ratio, which could be described in its simplest form as the ratio of available assets to estimated liabilities. They're the questions I'm asking you, Mr Harding. If you want to tell me about the insurance ratio, fine. What is the current funding ratio for the nominal insurer being the ratio of available assets to estimated liabilities?
Mr Shoebridge, let's call it the accounting ratio so that everyone understands what we're talking about. Well, and then we'll be clear.
The accounting ratio. I'm reading your own annual report,
ratio,
Mr. Harding. It calls it funding ratio.
Point of order, Chair.
Website that calls it the funding ratio. So I'm going to keep calling it the funding ratio.
Going with point of order.
Thank you, Chair. For the benefit of Mr Shoebridge, who wasn't here when I made the earlier point of order, Hansard will have almost no ability to record two voices talking over each other at the same time. I'd ask that we ask a question of the witnesses and allow the witnesses to answer before we then ask for an elucidation or clarification. Look, it's a very simple process. I think the witnesses deserve the procedural fairness.
As I've said at the start, one person at a time, but that's not what's happening here. I think we're getting clarification about what's happening so that everyone can be clear about what we're talking about. I don't see any problem with that, so I don't uphold the point of order.
Minister, we're going to start again.
Welcome, Dave.
What is the current funding ratio? And whenever I say funding ratio, I'm talking about the ratio of available assets to estimated liabilities, as explained clearly on iCare's own website. What is the current funding ratio for the nominal insurer?
Well, and in fact, Mr Shoebridge, I'd adopt the position of Mr Harding in relation to that because the McDougall report said that that was the inappropriate way to assess the financial viability of iCare, and to the
just extent tell me what it is, though, Minister.
To the extent that Mr Harding was trying to elucidate why it is always important to use the insurance ratio, I adopt that because that's the recommendation about the financial sustainability of a scheme that you would use, and to the extent that you wish to adopt a different ratio, I'd be suggesting to you that that's inappropriate, and I would be supporting the position taken by Mr.
You may not like telling us what the funding ratio is, but I can tell you now, in terms of understanding the historic health of the insurance scheme, tracking the funding ratio historically is the only way we can test the historic health. And I'm going to ask you again.
You may prefer to do
You
that.
may not
You may
want to
prefer to
tell
do
us
that.
what the
You may
funding
prefer to do
ratio
that,
is,
Mr.
but tell
Shoebridge.
me what the funding ratio is, please, Minister.
Now, Mr. Shoebridge,
What is the
you
funding
may
ratio?
prefer to do that. I prefer to adopt the
What
measure which is adopted
is
by Mr.
the
McDougall
funding-
in relation. This was
What is the
this
funding
is an
ratio?
issue.
Order, Madam Chair.
This was an
Yes,
issue
I'll
which
take
was
the point of order, Mr.
ventilated.
Mallard.
I haven't done a point of order today, and I just will make it clear that the Minister is trying to answer the question. Mr. Shoebridge is interjecting on the answer because it's not the answer he wants to hear. And I think he's allowed to answer the question, articulate the issue around that definition, which is interesting, and then move on to another set of questions. Or the same question.
To the point of order.
Politely rephrased.
I've asked what the funding ratio is, and the Minister is explaining why he won't tell us what the funding ratio is. And the Minister has to be directly relevant, not play interference.
Yes. So, look, let me say this. The Minister is entitled to answer the question, and Mr. Shoebridge or any member of the committee is entitled to ask follow-up questions if they're not satisfied that they're getting an answer to the question that they've asked. The Minister is entitled to answer the question, and I'll invite him to do so.
Minister, the funding ratio for the nominal insurer at the end of last financial year was 97%. What's the current funding ratio for the nominal insurer?
The accounting ratio or the
I'll read to you from iCare's website so as you're aware of what I'm asking about. And this will help you, Minister. It says, what is a funding ratio? In its simplest form, a funding ratio is the ratio of available assets to estimated liabilities. We use the funding ratio to monitor the long-term financial sustainability of our schemes. The assets are based on market value and the liabilities are estimated by actuarial variation, which typically happens twice a year for the major iCare schemes. So consistent with what iCare says, that they use the funding ratio to monitor the long-term financial sustainability of your schemes, please just tell me the funding ratio.
And I would be saying to you, Mr. Shoebridge, in relation to the extensive way that you have just explored that the appropriate way to assess the financial viability of the scheme is to use the economic funding ratio. They're both called funding ratios. So for the purposes of assessing the financial viability of the scheme, Mr. McDougall considered this issue in depth and formed the view that the appropriate ratio for the purposes of assessing the financial viability, and if you wish to continue to try and mislead either this committee, well, it's not that bad. In fact, I have to say to you that the funding ratio, being the economic funding ratio, was the one which was identified by Mr. Harding earlier as 115.
I'm not asking about the insurance ratio. I'm asking about the funding ratio that was 97% at the end of the last financial year, and you are being deliberately obstructive in not telling us. I'm assuming that it's catastrophically bad.
You're being misleading, Mr.
What is the ratio?
Mr.
Harding, you now know what the question is. What's the funding ratio for the nominal insurer?
The funding
call
ratio,
it accounting ratio, call it what you like, but the ratio that was at 97% at the end of last financial year, where is it now?
The accounting ratio, Mr. Shoebridge, which doesn't take account of the future investment income of the scheme, is at 93%.
That's a near historic low, isn't it, for the nominal insurer?
I wouldn't be able to say, Mr. Shoebridge, but I'm well aware that the scheme has been much lower, and I think schemes in other states are actually at lower rates than that.
And
I think the more relevant point, Mr. Shoebridge, is to assess the future viability of the scheme, you need to take into account the investment returns over the future. That's why we hold $20 billion worth of assets. Those investment returns go towards the payment of those future liabilities. That's the whole nature and structure of insurance. It is a fundamental part of the way the scheme works. So to assess it solely on the accounting ratio, which is a point-in-time measure for accounting purposes, is not a helpful way to understand the actual ongoing viability and the sustainability of the scheme. The scheme has adequate assets to pay its liabilities with investment income over the future years.
You know that the McDougall report critiqued iCare for excessive reliance on financial returns and pointed out that that made iCare extremely vulnerable to future shocks and future changes in valuation, particularly if there's a stock market downturn? You're aware of that, aren't you, Mr. Harding?
I believe we had this conversation in a session in December, Mr. Shoebridge, and at that point in time, and I can repeat the conversation, but at that point in time, I talked to you about the fact that iCare is pulling all 4 levers in respect to that we have in respect to improving the outcome for the financial outcome for the scheme. That is premiums, investment income, our own cost base, and the claims model and the effectiveness of the claims model within the scheme. All 4 levers are being managed and pulled. You cannot ignore investment income, Mr. Shoebridge. It's built into the structure and the nature of how the scheme works. We do not include a profit margin in the price of premiums, but we do include a investment margin in the pricing of premiums. That means that we are always using the investment income to ensure that premiums are affordable for employers. But it also means that that investment income is 100% part of the way that the scheme dynamically works. You cannot ignore it.
What has led to the funding ratio falling from in the high 90s at the end of last financial year to 93%? What has led to that deterioration?
There are a number of factors that have been highlighted. I'm very happy to take you through them. 3 key factors have affected the outlook for the nominal insurer. We have already spoken about one of those, which is the impact of COVID-19. And I mentioned earlier that we have an increase in our liabilities to an amount of $170 million relating to COVID-19. Further, obviously, a key role of the scheme is to pay wages for injured people. The Reserve Bank of Australia has increased its forecast outlook for wage inflation to 3%, and our actuaries adopt that assumption when managing and predicting liabilities. That is a $415 million increase to the liabilities. And lastly, I think is probably the area where we really need to focus our attention, which is on the deterioration of psychological claims across workplaces in New South Wales. And this is something that I've spoken before about at this committee and others. Psychological claims in the nominal insurer, as we've spoken before, have gone up 2.4 times since 2015, and we are continuing to see significant growth in psychological claims. There's a $153 million increase in provisions for psychological claims at the December valuation. And that's a theme that I think we'll probably come back to later. I'm sure you'll have other questions. But those are the 3 key factors that relate to the changes in the current outlook.
Yes, well, we will return to this work later.
The opposition.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, recently nurses in New South Wales took industrial action for the first time, I think, in over a decade, and they did so in relation to essentially burnout, overwork. Obviously, there were concerns about pay, there were concerns about adequate levels of staffing. Now, they did so after the Industrial Relations Commission had indicated they should not. Is your government considering taking dispute orders out against the union or its members?
Thanks. To the extent that I haven't been notified that there's any proposal. And I would say in relation to that, the point that you make about the pressure on nurses isn't lost on me. I have to say that I know the Premier has met with members of the union and there are ongoing discussions in relation to understanding, in fact, the impact on the frontline nursing situation. Not that I think for one moment that anyone really is unaware of the impact on the nursing profession. In fact, I'll give you this anecdote if I may.
No, please, I'll give you one of mine.
Just before Christmas, I got appendicitis and I had to go to an emergency department of a public hospital, and the pressure in that emergency department was bewildering in terms of the number of people who were there and the pressure on the staff there. So anyone who's had experience with an emergency department of a hospital in the last 18 months would absolutely appreciate the pressure which exists on nurses and on the staff of hospitals, frontline staff of hospitals generally. There may be, security officers involved in relation to managing those hospitals. So I think the point that you make about understanding the workplace situation of nurses is important.
Yep.
The short answer to your question is, are we considering industrial action or in the Industrial Relations Commission? I have no instructions in relation to that, and I'm unaware of any proposal to do so.
Well, that's good news. And you're just going to the issue of you accept that there's a lot of pressure on the system. My daughter's now a nurse.
Yep.
She's reported that many of her...
I think in Broken Hill, didn't you tell me?
That's Broken Hill. And she's indicated to me that a number of her friends who've just completed their first year in nursing regularly worked far in excess of their rostered times, weren't given any breaks on a regular basis just due to the sheer pressure on the system. Given that the nurses and other health professionals have been pushed into taking industrial action, quite extraordinarily, what are you doing to perhaps alleviate the pressure and the workload on the system? Are you looking, for example, at some analysis of the workload right across the health system?
Primarily, it's a broad-ranging question. I think the workload on frontline people always has to be the subject of analysis, and certainly in circumstances where there is a pandemic, and obviously there is a certain amount of anxiety in the community generally, which often translates itself into the emergency departments of hospital, and from the emergency department to the wards where people are admitted. And I think that anxiety needs to be taken into account in assessing that workplace. So in terms of what my involvement would be in relation to that would be to the extent that there are negotiations relating to new employment agreements which are ongoing, and primarily they're the responsibility of the agency involved, although the bargaining parameters, as they're colloquially termed, relating to that are something that I do have an involvement in, and I think that's an ongoing process which is educated by the working environment that nurses find themselves in. So I would expect that the Health Minister would make a significant contribution to understanding the workplace that nurses are involved in terms of working through what the bargaining parameters for new employment agreements ought to look like.
Okay, but as the Minister for Employee Relations, or Industrial Relations as we like to call it, what role are you playing? Are you meeting with the Nurses and Midwives Association? Are you trying to, immerse yourself in the situation to try and, alleviate these very real concerns? You've agreed they're very real concerns.
Well, you've got to be very careful about introducing... My chief role, as I see it in terms of employee relations, is to ensure that as much as possible, industrial harmony is maintained. So to the extent that you're suggesting that I ought to immerse myself into the negotiations, I'll be a bit reluctant to do that because I think that's...
Topic of industrial harmony. Yeah. Of course, in December, the teachers, I think, took industrial action, and again, the issues of concern to them weren't just pay, but there were teacher shortages in the schools. I think 2,000 vacancies between Bondi and Broken Hill. Again, they're talking about burnout, overwork, excessive hours, not enough new people entering the profession, exacerbated, of course, by the wages policy, the 2.5% wages. So you're aware of that industrial action and those concerns that underpin? I'm
aware of that industrial action. Different set of circumstances.
Common themes, though: overwork, burnout being experienced, potentially inadequate staffing levels. Like, there are some commonalities here with the nurses. And
certainly I think that there is a theme of industrial action which is taking place at the moment, but
And
many
it's not
respects,
isolated to there, is it? I mean, there are other parts of the public sector. I think there were some issues in the ambulance service last year also.
And I think recently there was also some issues in the transport service. But
well, I'm sure we'll come to that in due course.
I'm sure we will. However, what I would be suggesting to you is that the Minister for Education was here, and I'm sure she is cognisant of making sure that there is industrial harm. The last thing, and I had to make sure that is that any government wants is industrial disharmony, keeping people happy at work and the environment.
Going very well, is it, Minister?
I'm sorry?
Well, it's not going very well, is it, Minister?
Point of order.
Well, it takes two to negotiate, and I would be saying that...
Point of order. Sorry, Minister.
No, it's not going to be a point of order. Just let's move on with.
No, all right. I just find those comments unhelpful.
Well, that's not a point of order, and now you've just interrupted.
We've got this under
Go on
control.
the Hansard. Go, Mr.
What I would be
It wasn't your interjection, Mr. Searle.
Minister has the call.
What I would be saying, and it's in response to both Mr. Searle and Mr. Up, first of all, I think we've got to have a complete understanding about what the issues are which have got to be addressed. But what I would be urging on everyone in this environment is that the government certainly comes to any negotiation with its primary purpose to ensure that there is industrial harmony. It requires everyone involved in that process to act in good faith in relation to trying to reach that outcome, to have a preconceived idea, for example, and whether it's true or not, that we are wanting to create industrial chaos. To have that as a preconceived is not helpful. I think that my perception is that with whatever industrial agreements that we were looking at, that we ought to be doing so in circumstances where everyone potentially walks away with an understanding and reaching an agreement. And once reached, don't walk away from the terms of the agreement which were reached.
Well, on that subject, just turning to our third matter, you'd be aware that junior doctors have launched, I think, a fairly unprecedented Supreme Court action against the government for tens of thousands of allegedly unpaid or non-paid overtime for junior doctors.
I'm not aware.
In November?
No, I haven't been.
And the nub of that is, again, overwork, excessive hours, not paid for. And I think it's the second, and that was launched by ASMOF, the Doctors' Union. Yep. But it's actually the second action of that kind launched against the government. I think Morris Blackburn have got a class action to the same effect on foot. And again, the common elements are excessive hours of overwork for those medical professionals, stress, burnout, overwork, inadequate staffing levels. Again, it's sounding very much like the nurses' concerns, sounding very much like the teachers' concerns, sounding very much like concerns that we've heard elsewhere in the public sector. So it's not limited to one ministry or one department. It seems to be an epidemic now with common themes. What are you as Minister doing to address these systemic issues that are driving this?
Well, I think I indicated to you earlier, my role in relation to this is to, in fact, prevent industrial action reaching a circumstances where people withdraw their labour or alternatively...
How do you do that, Minister?
How do I do it?
Tell us how you do that. That's your role. How are you doing that?
Well, one way I would do it, and if you look at a recent example, is I would potentially take action in the Fair Work Commission to make sure that trains were kept running.
That didn't work out so well for you?
Well, only because, and it's the point that I would come back to, is that good faith agreements which were reached were not adhered to. But I'm sure that we will explore that. But what I would say to you is there are opportunities to discuss workplace conditions with each agency minister, because primarily the responsibility for nurses, responsibility for teachers and responsibility for doctors rests with a responsible minister. To the extent that there are suggestions that doctors are being underpaid, I would suggest that is appropriate for the agency minister to answer those questions. However, if it led to circumstances where hospitals were being understaffed and there were bans potentially wanting to be put in place, that may be escalated to something that I would have a look at. But
Minister, the industrial action and some of these issues we've been talking about are sort of very much the end product of systemic drivers, and I've drawn your attention to. And we know that individual ministers with their individual budgets have, primary responsibility. But I guess one of the benefits of having a minister such as yourself, supported by DPC as a central agency, is you can be if you like, an honest broker, a disinterested party to address these systemic issues, which just seem to be everywhere in the public sector.
And a point well made is that I think that there is a need to have a very focused industrial relations minister in circumstances where you've identified numerous claims are being made. And one you didn't mention was, in fact, corrective services officers who
haven't got to those yet.
You haven't got to that, but they are also. So I think the government is very aware of increasing unrest in relation to work circumstances. Generally, the Premier's attitude and the government's attitude is that where that reaches a circumstance where there are conditions and no agreement appears to be able to reach, then there's got to be escalated to the Department of Employee Relations so that some work can be done to try and make sure that it doesn't reach the next step.
Well, now we reach the nub of the point, Minister. Given these difficulties which are spreading like lantana right across the industrial landscape, what are you doing to address the root causes?
The agreements actually expire.
What are you doing to address the root causes?
Well, I don't think that there is necessarily a one answer to that question. I think it's every individual workplace has its own potential solutions. You've identified difficulties that nurses have, difficulties that teachers have, difficulties that doctors have, and
I think there was something in the
paramedics or ambulance.
Paramedics have got concerns.
I think that there are, if you look at the general framework we're operating in at the moment, there are some 80 employment agreements which are coming up for renewal between now and the end of June. Clearly, there is a bit more of a focus on the terms and conditions relating to those employment agreements. I would expect, given that increased focus, there would probably potentially be a larger range of negotiations to take place.
You're being very smooth here, but you're not addressing the question I've posed. What are you doing as the Minister, supported by the Department of Premier and Cabinet, to address the root causes? Now, I accept there may not be a one-size-fits-all approach. What are the different approaches that you are putting in place as Minister to address the root causes of this?
And again, I'd say to you this: there is no specific overarching policy, except, and I'm sure you're getting to this, is wages policy.
Well, actually, I was going to ask a different question, which is, are you considering, for example, you're the Minister for Industrial Relations, you could do a reference to the IRC to look at the workloads and distribution of work right across the health system for all the health professionals, do a root analysis of whether the concerns of these various professions are made out and how they might be addressed. That is something you could do as Minister.
Well, and in many respects, I would expect that an agency faced with the renegotiation of an employment agreement
might actually help inform that process, might it not?
Would in fact have awareness of the necessity of doing that. I think embarking on that strategy is not necessarily one which should be a first option that you would consider. I think let's see how the 80 employment agreements play out in terms of the industrial muscle and might which that those representing various unions seek to expose the government to, and I give you this assurance. I give you this assurance. I give you this assurance.
You want industrial disputation as the first port of call?
I give you this. Well, I hope it's not the first port. I hope industrial.
But that's what you're flagging. You're flagging. Let's see
I'm saying Mr. Morrie is flagging that. Mr. Morrie is flagging.
Trying to address the root causes here.
No, Mr. Morrie is flagging. If you come to me, I'll give you this assurance. If you come to me, I'm a lover, not a hater, and I have to say to you, I'd rather use employment. I'd use employee relations to try and seek outcomes, not to cause chaos. And I think the problem is, and let's cut to the chase on this. The intervention of Mr. Morrie in relation to the chaos which he foresees in enveloping the political scene for the next 12 months is unhelpful.
Well, let's just wait a minute, Minister. You were the one that just said for the 80 industrial agreements that we'll just wait and see what the industrial might or muscle plays out. So let's not lay the blame at Mr. Morrie's feet.
He's the one who said it,
Minister.
Well, you
not me.
said it.
Minister, would you consider
You'd prefer he didn't say it, I'm sure.
Minister, you don't need to tell me what I think about Mr. Morrie's imputations.
You should.
Minister, this is the opportunity for us to ask you questions about very important matters, including whether would you consider making a similar referral to what my colleague just talked about around workload for teachers, because the Teachers Federation recently undertook a long and engaged process to create the Gallup report, which is something that would have usually gone through the previously gone through the Industrial Relations Commission. Will you, as Minister, consider making a similar referral?
If in fact advice was provided to me that was an appropriate course of action that we ought to be adopting to reach an outcome, I would of course consider it. But what you're putting to me is that we embark on that process now. Now, I have to say, let's have a look at each individual employment agreement as they arise, and I would be urging on those who are engaged in that process not to use the process of the renegotiation of expiring employment agreements to precipitate industrial reaction, but to seek proper outcomes.
Minister,
and to work in circumstances where everyone works in good faith. And I have to say that the suggestion that we're working in good faith is undermined by Unions New South Wales coming out and saying that we want to create industrial chaos. Now, you might not like that. You may not like that.
Minister, these things are being driven by workplace concerns about overwork.
But I hear the point of order, Mr. Still. Excuse me, there's a point of order.
Yeah, I haven't got a microphone, I might add that. Seems to be a shortage of them around here. The Minister is not up getting the answer you like, but the Minister was giving an answer relating to the questions asked by particularly by Honourable Courtney Houssos. I think you should allow the Minister to finish and then you can ask more questions. So allow the Minister to answer the question.
I think the Minister can look after himself.
Indeed. Minister, had you finished? That was my impression.
Yelling at him is not
We're not yelling at him.
Anyway, it's robust. What I would be saying to you is you have a view in relation to that. I have to say it's unhelpful. If, in fact, it is predicated on the basis that we are going to engage in industrial chaos, that seems to mitigate against trying to reach outcomes.
Minister, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you whether you would consider referring a workload case which has been conducted previously.
I think I answered that. I think I answered that in circumstances that if advice was provided to me which said that would facilitate.
Well, it's more that we're proposing these as ways forward that you might address the reasonable concerns by these public sector workforces and thereby avert future disputation.
And
this is a good tool in your toolbox to use.
Every tool in the toolbox is worthwhile considering for the purposes of making sure we have industrial harmony, Mr. Searle.
As long as one of those tools isn't Minister Elliott.
We'll have, it's crossbench time. I understand you want to begin before the break at 11, but we will be breaking at 11.
Yeah, I'm all for efficiency, so let's keep going.
Yep.
So there's 6 minutes now. We'll break at 11 and then you can continue after that.
I'm happy to break after Mr. Searle's finished his 20 minutes if you like.
We can't because it's a resolution of it.
It's Saturday. Okay, thanks.
Minister, can you on notice provide a list of the 80 agreements that are due to expire, including the dates?
Yeah, I'm sure I can do that. Yep.
Minister, these agreements include those in relation to paramedics and teachers and nurses, the people who have really had an extraordinary workload in the last 2 years. You'd agree with that?
Absolutely.
Yep. And your position is there can't be a one-size-fits-all solution to all of these renegotiations. Is that right?
Well, you'd agree with me, I'm sure, that each workplace has its own anomalies and it gives rise to its own workplace expectations.
Their own pressures, their own workplace challenges. And if you think for the moment, say, nurses, the extraordinary pressure they've been under, working in PPE, sometimes 16 hours a day, quite distinct pressures there for nurses. Do you agree?
Absolutely. And I've made no secret in relation to that, and I don't think there would be any member of the government who would downplay the role that nurses have played during the pandemic.
But the problem is, Minister, you do have a one-size-fits-all solution to it, don't you? That's the problem your government has in negotiating these 80 agreements. You come to it with a one-size-fits-all solution.
Well,
that's your problem.
That is just plain wrong.
Well, you know you're coming to each of these negotiations and saying, we have a wages policy, we're not going to even pay you a pay rise that matches inflation. Well, now we're happy to talk to you. That's how you start all the chats, isn't it?
What a fundamental misunderstanding of workplace relations that exhibits. So I solve a problem relating to ratios, for example, by a wages agreement. Quite frankly, to understand every single employment agreement, you say the only solution and problem with that workplace agreement is a wages cap. If I was asking, if I was asking teachers, they say there are all sorts of different pressures which apply to them. So to say that and to have a view that every workplace agreement is prejudiced because of a wages cap seems to ignore the whole range of issues.
Minister,
which may exist.
Every one of those negotiations you come into and say you can't raise wages above inflation because of the wage policy. That's your consistent position.
Correct.
For every single agreement.
Correct.
How do you expect to get a good faith negotiation with nurses who have been doing this extraordinary amount of work in extraordinary conditions if you start the negotiation by saying your pay rise is going to be less than inflation? How do you expect good faith negotiations to start?
Therein lies the difficulty, Mr Shoebridge, and where you fail to understand what wage policy really is about, because there are a whole range of things which you may do to address inflationary pressures on wages, and they may involve circumstances where you take into consideration whether a particular employee has opportunities to be promoted. Because guess what? A person who is promoted gets a pay rise. Now, I have to tell you, and one of the things that...
So your answer is you're going to promote every nurse?
No, but 75%...
You're going to promote every nurse?
75% of the public sector workforce in any year get a promotion. So any wage negotiation is subject to also taking into consideration opportunities for promotion. Now, that's the full context.
So that's your position. At the end of this next agreement with nurses, your answer is you're going to be having relatively more senior nurses than junior nurses at the end. Is that the position you're taking to the nurses?
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm trying to understand your words. You say they're going to promote their way out of wage deflation.
I'm loath to raise a point of order this close to the break. However, talking over the witness is disrespectful.
It's actually just not what's happening. There's robust conversation between the two of them. This is wasting time.
Mr. Fang, thank you. But what I would be saying to you is it is emblematic that you don't treat an enterprise agreement or employment agreement just in relation to the single issue of wage cap. And it is absolutely the only perspective that is often brought to bear by you, Mr. Shoebridge, in relation to these things, is that is the only thing to take into account, and that's really a naive approach.
I'm not going to apologise for being keen to give nurses and teachers and paramedics a wage rise, and I'm surprised you take that off the table. You've taken it off the table, haven't you, from the outset?
No, I have. I've considered no bargaining parameters yet in relation to negotiations with nurses.
Are you saying the wage policy doesn't apply to the nurses?
There will be consideration of wage policy. There will be consideration of wage policy. But Mr. Shoebridge,
Minister, I'm happy for a good news story here. Are you saying
the wages policy is set out in legislation?
I'm happy for a good news story here. Are you saying that there's a prospect that the wages policy will be put aside for nurses?
I'm saying to you that the bargaining that the health minister will be seeking to obtain from me in my capacity as employee relations a set of bargaining parameters which he will take to the nurses' union in respect of the negotiation of a new agreement. Now, what that involves, how he in fact expresses that, how the government approaches it in circumstances where we have a wages policy in place, it will be something that the government needs to consider.
Okay, it's now time for a break. So we will return at 11:15 and switch off the broadcast. Welcome back, everybody. We'll continue questions with the crossbench.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, just so that there's no ambiguity on the transcript, does the wages policy apply to the negotiations that the government will be having with the nurses over a new enterprise agreement?
Absolutely, it applies. The wages policy applies, but there are, and you'd be aware of this, I'm sure, Mr. Shoebridge, that to the extent that there is a wages policy, that includes opportunities to work around productivity, savings, all sorts of things which can be demonstrated, employee groups can demonstrate as to why they should be outside the wages cap. So. I'm sure that is the.
I understand the wages policy, but so I don't need that explained to me.
And that's why it's important. That's why it's important to make sure that the wages policy is explained properly. Because if you leave out productivity and savings opportunities, then you don't explain the wages policy properly. And what I might say is, in terms of this,
more nurses, not less nurses, though.
Let me just finish this. Is in terms of the wages policy in relation to nurses, I made the point before that generally is negotiated by the minister responsible for that and the agency. My role in relation to it is to make sure that generally across government that there is consistency in respect of the way that we administer industrial policy and employment agreements. So every agency on behalf of the workforce that they are involved in will enter into bargaining agreements, and they will seek a consistent position across government in relation to that. And I will have an oversight role in relation to that to make sure that there is a consistent policy which plays out across government.
All right. Minister, have you had explained to you why the 4-week return to work rate continues to deteriorate for the nominal insurer? Has that been explained to you?
Well, yes, and in fact I thought that in an earlier answer to you, Mr Harding gave a very clear reference in relation to some of the issues which impact on return to work rates. In my discussions with the iCare board and with Mr Harding generally in the meetings that I've had with him, the return to work rate is always a focus of in improving the outcomes for injured workers.
So has Mr Harding explained to you why the 4-week return to work rate has dropped from 68% in March of 2020 down to, I think it may be a new record low of 62.6% in December 2021. Has Mr Harding explained to you why that's going so badly?
And I think he has explained it to you probably on numerous occasions, because the explanation which he gave earlier about the impact on every insurance scheme at the moment, either through COVID, through psychological injuries and the nature of workplaces.
None of it's iCare's fault.
Well,
all external factors. It's not the mess, which is EML. It's not the disastrous claims management policies. It's all external factors.
But if you were asking me a question, don't give a commentary. But I have to say that there are a variety of things, and if you suggest that in fact we need to review the manner in which we engage in case management of injured workers.
I'm not suggesting it. Everybody who's looked at the scheme has said it.
And rightly you raised that issue. Rightly, Mr Harding has been addressing that issue. Rightly, the government is addressing the issue of expanding the opportunities for more case managers. So, sure, you'd agree with me, I'm sure, that there are different sets of injury scenarios which are playing out in the workplace which do impact on return to work rates, and I'm sure you would agree with me that one of the ways that we potentially deal with those new and evolving circumstances is to be looking for more specialised case management teams.
Mr Harding, Is that 62.6% the worst that the 4-week return to work rate has been with iCare in the last decade?
I don't have it going back that far, Mr. Shoebridge, but I can take that on notice and come back to you.
In your to the extent that you have figures in front of you?
Well, the figures that I have go back to 2017, which is largely what you're quoting. So the answer is yes, it is the lowest. At this point in time, the issues that we face are numerous, as the Minister has been pointing out. Clearly, to acknowledge your point, the historical changes that iCare made in 2017 to the claims model have made some contribution, and we are addressing those, and I'll come to that shortly. But I think it's important to note in respect to the more recent changes and the fall in the 4-week return to work rate, that it is an industry-wide issue that has been happening, and in fact it's an issue that's actually happening across Australia. There are a lot of factors that are changing that mean that continuing to look in the rearview mirror as we're trying to drive forward isn't the answer. We've got an environment where we have, as I mentioned earlier, a significant increase in psychological claims across the nominal insurer. The ABS came out in 2020 with an analysis that said 1 in 5 Australians between the ages of 18 and 34 will experience some form of mental health. 15% of Australians between the ages of 18 and 85 will experience some form of mental health.
Mr. Harding,
when you have that level,
do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence that links that deterioration in the 4-week return to work rate to an increase in psychological claims? In which case, what evidence do you have linking those two together? Not the general assertions about the mental health of Australia, but linking the 4-week return to work rate.
I'd like to finish if I could.
Well, provided you've been generally relevant, at least directly relevant.
I believe it is incredibly relevant because this is one of the largest issues that is impacting the scheme, and not just the New South Wales scheme, but Australia-wide. Well, so let's keep going if I can, Mr. Shoebridge.
If you link it, Mr. Harding, I don't want, and it's not useful. It's not useful for you to give us a discussion about the broad mental health of Australia.
I don't know the point of order. We're getting clarification. But you look, make it fine. Mr. Fang, you are.
I'll make the point of order that Mr. Shoebridge has asked a question of the witness. Now, the witness is answering the question. If Mr. Shoebridge wishes to raise a point of order about the answering of the question, then he should do so as a point of order. The continual interjections that he does while Mr. Harding is trying to answer is not helpful. So I would ask that if Mr. Shoebridge is not happy with the answer, that he raises a point of order and that it can be addressed through that manner. Because the way that it's currently being addressed, I don't believe is procedurally fair to Mr. Harding.
Look, a couple of things to that. And I don't want to waste the small amount of time he's got left, but he can't take a point of order in relation to an answer given by a witness. The witness can answer however he chooses to answer. What I see Mr. Shoebridge doing at the moment is clarifying, and there's a discussion going on between clarifying an answer and a question, and that's appropriate. He's entitled to finish his answer, and we'll allow him to do that, but Mr. Shoebridge is also entitled to clarify.
Mr. Harding, do you have any evidence linking that deterioration in the return to work rate at 4 weeks to an expansion or an increase in psychological claims? In which case, what's the evidence you have linking the two?
Mr. Shoebridge, I can very simply sort of give you this as a piece of evidence. The return to work rate in the 4 week for psychological claims has fallen from over 20% to close to 16%. Now, the number of psychological claims coming into the scheme, as I said to you earlier, is increasing at a vast rate. When you change the mix of claims coming into the scheme, you will see a change in the return to work rate, especially when those claims are by nature longer in term and more complex. I think the point that's important here, Mr. Shoebridge, is that we need to come to grips as a community with mental health. As I said, 1 in 5 Australians, and when you have that community,
I am now going to take a point of order.
In the workplace.
Chair, this is not directly relevant to the question. Mr. Harding's not here as an expert on Australia's mental health, and it's not helpful.
Well, to the point of
order. And not related to the question.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to what I said before. I'm happy to rule on this. Mr. Harding is entitled to answer how he sees fit, but Mr. Harding, we do need to be generally relevant to the questions that are being asked.
I apologise for my frustration, but this issue is the largest issue that this scheme will face for the next 5 years. It is directly relevant. You have an issue of mental health in the community. That is not separable from the workplace. The workplaces, we need to help employers understand how to better manage vulnerable people coming into the workplace so they don't get mental health injury at the workplace. At the moment, we are seeing that increase significantly. That is impacting, it is one of the impacts that is driving the return to work rate. The other impact, Mr Shoebridge, that we have spoken about before is COVID-19. The small business return to work rate fell 1.2% in January because small businesses struggle during a COVID recovery to find places to bring people back into their business. Large businesses have the flexibility to do workarounds, to find gaps for people, to have people do administrative duties, all those sorts of things. But injured people in the small business sector don't get that opportunity as often, especially in circumstances around COVID-19. So there are a number of factors, and I could go on about, there is a general change in the nature of work. We have seen, as a result of COVID,
all right, I'm now going to take the point of order again. We're not here to get a philosophical reflection on the nature of work from Mr Harding. It's about the operation of the iCare scheme, and this is so far from helpful.
To the point of order, Chair, Mr Shoebridge's question was directly related to what are the factors that are impacting the return to work rates. Now, Mr Harding is being directly relevant to the factors which are affecting the return to work rates.
Yes.
Hear from Wes Pang either.
Well, I'm happy to rule on this. Mr Harding, you do need to answer the questions that are being asked of you.
I believe I am answering the question because these are the factors that are impacting return to work.
Minister, do you know how much was paid to EML by the nominal insurer for its claim management work in the last year, the last calendar year?
The short answer is no. I think I have it. I may have been told, but as you ask me now, does that readily come to mind?
Mr Harding, how much did the nominal insurer pay to EML last calendar year?
Mr Shoebridge, I don't have that exact number in front of me, I'm afraid, so I'm happy to bring that on notice.
When does EML's contract with iCare expire?
Asking me or Mr Harding?
Well, if you know, Minister, feel free to tell us. So I'll go to you first, Minister, because you volunteered yourself.
No.
When does it expire, Minister?
Mr Harding?
Are you happy for me to answer, Mr Shoebridge? It's 31st of December this year.
Yeah.
All right. Between now and the 31st of December, it'd be fair to say the relations with EML are somewhat strained because you've determined to terminate their relationship with you as the primary or near sole claims manager. Would it be fair to say that the relations are somewhat strained?
No, I don't believe they are, and I'd be fascinated to understand where you might be getting that from. We have a strong relationship with EML. We work very closely with them literally on a day-to-day basis.
You'd be surprised to know how many people in iCare are very unhappy at the moment, Mr Harding, or maybe you wouldn't be surprised to know how many people. You ask me where I get information from, it's a very unhappy ship, iCare, at the moment, isn't it?
Well, I don't accept that assertion, Mr Shoebridge. We have a high degree of employee engagement. My point, perhaps more relevantly, is that the relationship with EML is quite strong, and we haven't determined to remove them from the scheme. What we are doing is we've gone to market with an open RFP to which everybody who is interested in that can apply and place an application. So EML may choose to do that or they may not. I'm not aware of their decision-making process, but on a day-to-day basis we work with them very closely, and they are very cooperative and very engaged in the management of the scheme and in attempts to improve the management of the scheme.
We're in a lot of trouble, aren't we? Yep.
The opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, a little while ago we were discussing whether or not you would insert yourself into the difficulties being experienced by the workforces in the health sector, possibly the education sector, possibly other areas, and you said, look, that you were reluctant to insert yourself into these things. I think I recall your evidence was at too early a stage. At what point do you as Minister become involved in these matters? Is there a formal process or is it sort of more the feel of the thing?
I think there is a form.
Yes.
It's both a formal and an informal process. I think that there is an aspect of keeping the Office of Employee Relations up to date in relation to what's occurring in relation to potential disputes, but primarily, and I think we have canvassed this, is that there is an expectation that an agency would engage itself with bargaining parameters relating to the claims of particular workplaces, which they would be making. I would have a role to play in ensuring the consistency and fairness of those bargaining parameters across the workplace environment, the public sector and workplace environment. So to the extent that there is a formal process to go through, the formal process would be a sign-off by the Minister for Employee Relations in respect of the bargaining parameters which would apply in a particular agency, and to make sure that they are consistent, and to the extent that they are also required to be fair across the system and in accordance with government policy. That's a process that I would be involved in.
Okay, but at what point, like, let's assume there's discussions, they're not going well, they're going off the rails.
Yep.
At what point do you as Minister become involved, even though the primary responsibility rests with the portfolio minister? At what point do you, as a representative of the sort of the central government, play a role?
Well, on a formal level, obviously I would be involved if an application needed to be made to a tribunal or commission in relation to.
So employee relations is the clearinghouse for all of that across government?
That's across government. And a recent example that you may be aware of is an application which I made to the Fair Work Commission in relation to a strike by the RBTU. That came to my office, and I lodged that application with the Fair Work Commission. But having said that, I don't think that it should ever get to that stage before the Minister for Employee Relations has any eyes on a particular issue. I think
you should become involved much earlier.
Much earlier, to the extent that, if there are issues which may potentially trigger Treasury concerns, for example, in terms of outcomes, I think that is appropriate that those workplace negotiations would also be filtered through my office, and in turn by my office through Treasury.
Okay, so I'm just interested to sort of understand what is the point at which the portfolio agency and minister ceases to have sole management of a matter, and when do you get to have eyes on?
I don't think there is ever a point where an agency would not have some responsibility. I think in terms of...
I said sole responsibility.
Yeah, and they would... my office would never have just sole responsibility. I'd have to be informed by individual agencies in relation to the negotiation process, what particular work bans potentially have been put in place, or suggested. But more importantly, I think, though, rather than always be involved in conflict, it is to have conflict avoidance strategies, and I think that there is a role for employee relations to identify potential triggers for conflict and engage agencies with a view to how are you proposing to ensure that those conflicts are avoided, potentially going forward.
This is referable to your earlier evidence that you're a lover, not a fighter. Is that right?
Well, I think that if you can avoid a fight by some other strategy, and maybe Mr. Putin can take some example from me.
Indeed, and so your evidence is that's your approach. Your approach is to try.
I wouldn't go down that comparison too far, Minister.
No,
it's not going to work for you.
So your evidence is you and employee relations, and you as Minister,
yep.
you search for solutions. You don't, antagonise. You don't sit in your trenches. You don't sort of exacerbate things. You just sort of.
I would prefer that does not exist. However, that should not be construed as that the government will just adopt a weak position in respect of its bargaining parameters. Once the bargaining parameters are set in place, I think the Employee Relations Minister is charged with defending them.
Your job is to make sure that these things are strictly adhered to by agencies, ministers.
Unless and until there is a general agreement across government to move away from them, I would be saying that there is a responsibility on the minister to make sure that the negotiations are carried out in accordance with the bargaining parameters. Now, if that gives rise to a circumstance where we would have to seek recourse to, and the advice provided to me is that the only solution to this is to seek recourse to the Fair Work Commission or the Industrial Relations Commission, then clearly I would be negligent not to accept that advice. But to the extent that at the time that you get that advice, I think you've got to ask the question, have we explored every opportunity for resolving this before we get here?
Okay. Just turning back to some of the underlying problems across the public sector, in previous estimates I'd asked your predecessor, and indeed Mr Coates-Trotter's predecessor, issues about the gender pay gap across the public sector. Yep. And evidence was given that, this is very much front of mind, that ministers and the head of DPC were working on closing the gap. But it seems to me that in the last 3 years, 2019, 20 and now 21, the gender pay gap has increased each year, most recent year that we've got records for, by over 4%, up to a gap of nearly $4,000. Now, given the gender segmentation of much of the public sector workforce, particularly in health and education and other areas as well, this is doing huge damage to the sort of workers of New South Wales. What are you and indeed Mr Coates-Trotter going to do to actually reverse this blowout in the gender pay gap?
And in fact, I think that's a legitimate concern. It's one I think that the Treasurer also shares, because I think the consultative committee that he's put forward in relation to certainly engaging the female workforce more readily will in fact have to take into account the issue of gender pay gap in not only I think the public sector, but to an extent that we provide example to the private sector. I think there are flow-on effects about if we can't do it properly, but there are some positive things that we do, and by no means probably enough. But in terms of considering board appointments, and to the extent that they come to me, I think there is an opportunity of making sure that we look for opportunities of making sure that the balance of boards and the like does in fact improve. And I notice Mr Mookie has arrived, which is a concern. However, to finish that answer, I would be saying to you, Mr Searle, that I'm not, and I'm sure Mr Coates-Trotter could potentially add to this, but it is being directly addressed, I think, by Treasury in the way that they are engaging in a consultative process in relation to that. And I think that generally across the board, I think we need to have a focus on how do we improve that. Mr Coates-Trotter?
Well, there's the issue of the gender segmentation of different occupations, and that's the larger issue and in some ways the more difficult issue to tackle. And then there are the things that each employer and leadership team can do to try and identify and remove the kind of impediments for women in their career advancement within the public sector.
Just on that point, your predecessor gave some evidence that when people outside the award bands are appointed, it's often the case that male, SES
Yes.
go to the top of the scale.
Yeah,
women workers go to the bottom, maybe the middle if they're very assertive.
Yep.
And I've been getting reports in the latest MOG changes that have occurred on the reshuffle. Some of this has been exacerbated.
Okay, I'd be. Yeah, I haven't heard that, but the issue that Mr. Reardon was identifying was absolutely it's evidenced that there is a pattern that sees women in executive roles appointed to a lower point in the available pay band than male appointments, and each secretary, each senior management group has that data to hand, and I know is very closely managing that issue to try and ensure that there isn't a level of thoughtless bias operating there, and that they are more thoughtful about where women start in those roles.
Minister, I'll give way to Mr. Mookie.
Greetings, Minister. Good to see you.
It's great to see you, Mr. Mookie.
And greetings to all the officials as well, and thank you for your attendance. Minister, can I just ask you, when were you first told that your government had decided to shut down the train network in response to notified actions by the Rail, Tram and Bus Union?
It is a completely false premise which you raise in relation to that. The shutdown was in fact properly characterised as a strike by the RBTU, and I have to say that if you couch your questions in terms of a shutdown, I will consistently reject them. Okay,
I appreciate that that's your position, Minister. In terms of the decision to close the network in response to industrial action being taken by the Rail, Tram and Bus Union, the RTBU, when were you first notified that the government had made that decision? I
was obviously aware of the potential for a strike when I lodged an application in the Fair Work Commission. That action was predicated on notices given by the RBTU which that they would in fact be taking industrial bans. The cumulative effect would be that trains would not be able to operate for a 2-week period commencing on the 21st of February. So to the extent that I was first notified of a potential strike by the RBTU with a set of industrial or work bans being put in place, that I first was made aware of that I think on the Thursday before I lodged the application.
I appreciate that,
and
Minister.
I was taken through that application.
And I appreciate that. But I've just learnt from the other room that the decision to close the network was made by Transport for New South Wales' executive on Sunday night, sometime between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. That was their evidence. And they did that after the conciliation that was being done in your name had not resulted just let me finish. So I know that this decision was made then. Were you told that evening that the network was going to shut?
I'm not going to engage in a commentary on what evidence was given in another place, and you know that that's procedurally unfair to put to me evidence which was given in another place and ask me to comment.
It's not a trick question.
Perfectly capable. He's perfectly entitled to ask you the question that he's asking.
To the extent that the question says, were you aware of a decision made by Sydney Trains at between, I think, what was the time that you indicated to me?
9:30 onwards from the Sunday night.
Between 9:30 and 10.
The decision was made between 9:30 and 10. So any time after that, were you told?
I don't know, is the short answer. I was not told.
Fair enough. And I presume you therefore, like the rest of us, found out about that specific decision in the morning thereafter.
Well, if you characterise the morning as being 2:30 a.m, that's when I found it.
Well, to be fair, as a father of young children, I would agree with you that 2:30 is the morning. Can I say, but we have learnt that Mr. Coutts-Trotter was notified at 11:50. So through you to Mr. Coutts-Trotter. Mr. Coutts-Trotter, you received a text message at 11:50 from Mr. Sharp advising you that the network was going to shut, didn't you?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair enough. And did you make any attempts to contact any minister thereafter?
I was asleep, unfortunately, and
I had to put it to you, but anyway.
Yeah, no, I was.
Early tonight.
Deeply asleep after a busy day.
Yeah, fair enough. I appreciate that. Minister, can I ask you, you were provided specific briefings before you lodged the application, were you not?
Yes, in fact, I was in fact briefed by the Crown Solicitor and Counsel relating to the application, and I was provided with copies of all the evidence which was lodged and which has been selectively used in these proceedings for the purposes of trying to...
Do you recall being provided the specific risk assessment, safety risk assessment that Transport had relied upon?
I was provided with a statement by Mr. Jasbir Singh Tumba, which, to the best of my knowledge, has never been relied upon by any questioner in this forum in relation to the evidence which was...
Well,
it's important that you hear me out.
I just asked you a direct question.
It's important that you hear me out.
Just before you go too far. Just before you get too far.
It's an answer to your
point
question.
Of order. Yes.
I was provided with a substantial briefing which included a statement which in fact summarised the issues and the safety concerns which Sydney Trains had in connection with the bans which had been introduced by the RBTU. Now, that evidence is crucial to understanding the position that Sydney Trains had, both before they lodged the proceedings in the application and in terms of the negotiations which they were engaged in on both Saturday and Sunday. And they reached an agreement which allegedly addressed those concerns on Saturday, which was in fact subverted by the union on Sunday.
I just wanted to ask you, do you recall specifically when you got that briefing? Was it on Thursday?
Thursday, to the best of my recollection.
Thank you very much.
I had that briefing.
And was the Secretary present with you at that briefing?
Yes, I think it was done on Microsoft Teams, if I recall.
Very well. That's good to know. In that briefing, were you advised about any scenario planning which would have involved the shutdown extending beyond one day?
In fact, the statement of Mr. Tumba, in fact, the work ban notices which are attached to the application, in fact, foreshadow a shutdown of 2 weeks, Mr. Mookie. But you've asked me about whether it was one day. The action being taken, and upon which Mr. Walters, for example, was asked to give advice, was for a 2-week strike period. The cumulative effect is specifically outlined.
Yes, I read
I've read it. Yes, why have you never asked a question? Why have you never asked a question in relation to that statement?
Just careful what you wish for, okay?
Well, I'm happy to.
We'll get here. Minister, I just want to ask you very specifically, and please listen carefully. In the briefing that you were given on the Thursday, was your view ever solicited, or your office's view ever solicited, about keeping the network shut down until Wednesday in order to facilitate Fair Work being able to undertake a full hearing into your application rather than just simply an interim hearing?
Well, that scenario was never canvassed with my office, and in fact...
Or you?
Well, what was canvassed with me was that we needed to keep the trains running on Monday. The application... The application which was lodged with the Fair Work Commission was designed to prevent a strike.
Yeah, I appreciate
and the strike eventuated.
Thank you, Minister. Can I just please have the tender documents given to the Minister? Minister, I'm just going to read you a text exchange which takes place between the head of HR at Transport for New South Wales and the head of, Mr. Sharp. And this has been produced to the upper house. I think you would know this document as tender document. I think it might be 001002, but it's entirely possible that I've mislabelled it. So I might just read it and then give you my version, because that might just be simpler.
Well, hang on. Before we get to that, you just said this was tendered in another place?
No, I just tendered it here. Yes, it is. It's been produced to the upper house. Can I just say, this is a text message.
What page are we looking at?
Let me just read it to you, because I'm just not sure that you and I have the exact same version. So I'm going to read it from my version, then provide it to you, Minister, as well. But I think it might be there. It says
just a point of order, Chair. Mr. Mookie, did you tender the documents that you've handed to the
Minister?
I did.
Yes.
So then how are you unsure that you have the same version?
because
it might be best, Daniel, just to double check. This time's about to run, rather than go through this in an untidy fashion. Maybe just double check the docs over the next 20 minutes.
Sure, happy to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Happy to come back to that.
Yeah.
It looks like photocopies, but yes. So, crossbench.
Minister, while we're on the matter of the trains ceasing to operate at the government's direction on Monday.
Well, I'm not going to accept that.
Well, it was a government decision, wasn't it, to not operate the trains?
No, it was a union decision not to work in accordance with a roster which had been provided by Sydney Trains.
So union members were ready to turn up to work and run the trains.
No, they were prepared
told,
to work.
Let me finish,
they were
Minister.
prepared to turn
I
up
let you
and
finish,
work
Minister.
a different roster.
I let you finish. The union members were prepared to turn up and run the trains to a reduced roster, and management said, don't turn up, we're shutting the train system down. That's what happened, isn't it?
Mr Shoebridge, that is a complete mischaracterisation of what occurred. The union, in fact, reached an agreement to work a roster which had been set by Sydney Trains. They turned up to work a roster which they decided that they would work to. Now, on any view of it, that's a withdrawal of labour.
And then on Tuesday, that roster worked.
Just finish it. Let me finish.
Tuesday, that roster worked and the trains worked safely.
Well, in fact, Sydney Trains formed the view that it could not work on them. Unilaterally, the union can't decide the roster on which the trains will work. The roster is set by Sydney Trains. And it is a roster. It is a roster which, in fact, the unions refused to work to.
And then on Tuesday, the very roster they were willing to work to on Monday magically worked. Well, safely. Let me finish. Effectively, and people got around the city. So it was safe on Tuesday, but not safe on Monday. Is that your evidence?
That is a complete misunderstanding of how a roster is set and works.
It was safe on Tuesday.
You just cannot change.
Just not on Monday.
You cannot just change a roster like that and in fact put to me a circumstance that the roster which was being put on Sunday afternoon was the one that they worked to on Tuesday. That is a complete misunderstanding of how rosters work. And you might have a view on it, but on any view of it, the Sydney Trains are entitled to set the roster. The union is not entitled to set the roster and say this is the one we will work to. That, in any view of it, it can be characterised as a withdrawal of labour.
So that's what it came down to, didn't it? Management muscling up and saying to the union, how dare you come up with an alternate roster? It's our job to do the roster, and we're going to try and embarrass you by shutting the train system down. That's what happened, isn't it? It was this kind of muscled up management saying to the union, how dare you?
Well, again, that is a fundamental misunderstanding of how rosters work. And let me just quote from Mr. Tumba's evidence in relation, and this was available to the union and was available to everyone involved, including everyone on this committee and to everyone. This is what he says, and I'll take you to paragraph 11. In preparing the statement, I have considered the complex nature of Sydney Trains' multiple functions, the broad scope of the industrial action proposed in the notices, and the wide-ranging impact that industrial action might have, including by way of serious and total disruption of the rail network. And he goes on, based on my knowledge and experience with Sydney Trains, it is my opinion that Sydney Trains would not be able to run any metropolitan services for the period of the industrial action if all the industrial action proposed in the notices was taken. As I detail below in this statement, Sydney Trains has assessed the risks associated with the industrial action and concluded that the rail network cannot be operated for the 2-week period commencing on the 21st of February.
When did you have that? When did you have that, Minister?
I had that in support of the application.
When did you have that in front of you? When did you first read that and realise that on the evidence of Sydney Trains, they were looking at a 2-week shutdown? When did you first read that?
On the evidence of Sydney Trains, they had before them notices which had been lodged by the RBTU, setting out what the totality of the bans was going to be. That's the starting point, Mr. Shoebridge.
Simple question, Minister.
You might not like it. The starting point.
When did you first read or have available to you the affidavit you just read on, which had Sydney Trains looking to a 2-week shutdown. When did you first have that to hand?
The 2-week shutdown was foreshadowed by the RBTU.
When did you first have that to hand, Minister?
I had this document to hand at the time that I lodged the application.
When was
on the
that?
Thursday before.
So you knew on the Thursday before
and this is what
that management of Sydney Trains were looking at a 2-week shutdown, and you did nothing.
Mr. Shoebridge, you failed to accept that the RBTU... RTBU, sorry, beg pardon. The RTBU were putting in place workplace bans which they had notified to Sydney Trains. That's the starting point.
And
now,
under which you failed to acknowledge, Minister.
This witness gives
Point of order.
Staying on the point of order. Sorry, Minister.
The Minister is clearly trying to address the points and questions of Mr. Shoebridge. Mr. Shoebridge continues to try and talk over the Minister while he's addressing those. It is disorderly. I would ask you to either ask Mr. Shoebridge to stop or call him to order, or allow the Minister to answer unimpeded.
Well, I'm not going to do that. So what I'm going to do is say we do need to have one person speaking at a time for Hansard, but I'm happy for clarification from both sides to occur while we undergo these questions.
So the planning for the 2-week strike was not Sydney Trains, it was the RTBU. Now, that's the starting point. You have a look at the notices. Do not walk away from producing those notices. When you do, this is what Sydney Trains was reacting to, and in respect of which they put on a witness statement to say the cumulative impact of those work bans is that if we don't get an order, and guess what? Guess what, Mr. Shoebridge? We reached an agreement on Saturday afternoon which would allow the trains to run on Monday, and that was walked away from by the union on Sunday.
Minister, I'm now going to invite you to table the affidavit just so we've got a clear record, including any annexures.
Absolutely.
And again, I put to you your position on safety and Sydney Trains' position on safety flies in the face of what actually happened, where with the ban still in place, the train system operated safely on the Tuesday.
At 25%
why do you refuse to accept that reality, and why won't you accept responsibility for the chaos your government created on Monday?
Well, again, that's an absolute, complete mischaracterisation of what occurred.
You have to speak to me.
That's a complete mischaracterisation of what occurred, because the negotiating process that was engaged in by the government on Saturday reached an agreement to run the Sydney Trains roster on Monday.
Just to get back to what happened on the Sunday.
No, you might not like this. I'm answering the question, Mr. Shoebridge, and the reason why we got to a position on Tuesday where we could run the trains, we ran them at 25% of capacity. Now, again, I have to say to you, that addresses safety concerns. First and foremost, in the eyes of Sydney Trains, as I understood it, was the concept of ensuring the safety of the commuters of this state.
Minister, did you have any discussions with Minister Elliott over the weekend about the trains? The weekend leading up to the Monday disruption?
The discussions I had over the weekend involved satisfying myself that an agreement had been reached on Saturday.
No, Minister, I'm asking you about a very specific question.
And that negotiations were conducted in good faith.
Minister, I'm asking you a specific question.
And that the union walked away from those
and
agreements.
Point of answer it.
I'm talking to ask a direct question. It wasn't, and this is not a relevant answer. It was a direct question that should get a direct response.
Did you have any discussions, Minister, with Minister Elliott?
Yes.
The Minister is outlining his conversations regarding the industrial that weekend.
Not very directly.
Well, you can add to the point of order when you're ready too, Ms Sharp, but he is answering that question, which was, did you have discussions around Minister Elliott around the industrial action? The Minister's outlining the discussions he had.
Well,
it covers industrial.
I think, to be fair, we've let the Minister go, but now there is a direct question in relation to a conversation, and Minister, you'll need to answer that question.
Minister, I'll restate it. I'll restate it so there's perfect clarity.
No, I'll answer the question.
Over the weekend, leading up to the trains ceasing to operate on Monday, did you have any discussions with Minister Elliott about the trains?
Did I have, leading up to the strike on Monday, I had no discussions with Mr. Elliott.
Were you aware that at the time Mr. Elliott was Transport Minister that weekend, he'd been Transport Minister for some 63 days by Monday, were you aware that he hadn't once met with the Transport Secretary in those 63 days?
There had been media speculation in relation to the relationship between Mr. Elliott and the Transport Secretary, but I'm unaware as to how that plays out. I know that the relationships I have with the secretaries that I have a relationship with, I have regular communications with all of them.
Yeah, you don't go 2 months without meeting with the secretaries, do you? That would be awkward, wouldn't it?
Negligent.
Yep. Well, you can form your own view in relation to that.
Minister, can I say, just for the record, I don't believe that that's how you undertake your ministerial responsibilities, and I never have thought that. But I'm asking you,
well, I'm not going to comment on another minister.
Did Mr. Elliott speak to you at any time in those first 63 days about his relationship with the Secretary and why he wouldn't meet with him?
It's unfair to me to in this forum to have a commentary on another minister and in respect of the relationship. But to the best of my recollection, there were no discussions I ever had with him about his relationship with Mr. Sharp, other than I was aware of some media speculation in respect of that relationship.
It's no longer media speculation, just so as to be clear. That matter was confirmed on the record in the other estimates hearing this morning.
But again, I'm not going to give a commentary on what occurred in another forum.
Staff
Minister,
are watching, no, Minister. I'm sure your staff are watching.
The floods across the state will have caused significant damage to government property and to government assets.
Correct.
Have you had an initial brief about what the expected costs will be to Insurance for New South Wales of the flood damage?
No is the short answer, but I'm really very conscious of the potential impact of the floods on certainly government assets and certainly on personal assets. And Mr. Super, I don't know if you, but I have to say insurance is one of the major issues which I think confronts government, both federal and state governments, in terms of how
flood and fire.
And in fact, I raised this issue in respect of bushfires when it arose.
Indeed. So did I.
Because of the number of people who were either uninsured or underinsured. And I think the problem which we're consistently being faced with is this, that there is an increasing reliance on government to bail people out, and we need to have a different insurance solution for business and homeowners.
Have you looked at the example in New Zealand where they have a similar uninsurable risk in the form of earthquake cover, and they have a national insurance scheme funded by a levy on insurance premiums to cover their uninsurable risk? Have you looked at that?
Well, I'd suggest that probably to the extent that it's a national scheme, it would be a national issue. But I think there's some force in...
New Zealand's about, a bit smaller than New South Wales, so...
But it's a national scheme. And I know the Small Business Ombudsman, the Federal Small Business Ombudsman, Mr. Bilson, has an inquiry currently which he's conducting in relation to insurance, insofar as it impacts on small business. But they're generally, federally, I know that this is a big issue in terms of the exposure of governments to I suppose, emergency.
Do you have any advice, or have you sought any advice on the proportion of residents in, say, Lismore who didn't have flood insurance?
No, I haven't received that advice. I don't think it necessarily falls within my portfolio. I don't know if I would anticipate that. In my capacity as Minister for the Insurer, I have
in that capacity then, let's speak about your capacity as the Minister responsible for insurance for New South Wales. Do you know how much...
I don't think I am the Minister for Insurance New South Wales.
Okay, there's a difference.
Okay.
No, it's ICAT.
Okay, it's not Insurance New South Wales.
TMF.
You got your list?
TMF, which is
I thought it was in the list.
I've got your allocation of acts.
You are responsible. My version of that is you're not responsible for the TMF,
Correct.
but you are responsible for the client service provided by
Correct.
ICARE to the TMF.
So, Minister, Minister,
but it's the TMF assets.
well, I'll go to Mr. Harding. Mr. Harding,
The TMF
what steps is ICARE undertaking to understand, to speak with government agencies, to understand the scale of the cost that will have to be met following this most recent flood?
Thank you, Mr. Shubridge. We have a very close relationship with agencies. It's very early days to be trying to get an estimate of cost. We've only really had a small number of claim notifications from agencies at this point in time, and we don't have a valuation of what we think the projected cost would be. It is very, very early days. People are not yet getting back into buildings to be able to make assessments. So we are talking with agencies, the relevant agencies across government on a regular basis, but it's not something I can give you a number on today. It's way too early in the process, and there will be further events over the weekend and into next week, I'm sure.
I think that's the short answer, Mr. Shubridge, is that it's too early to say.
Do we know how much the Insurance for New South Wales through ICARE paid out for flood damage and flood repairs last calendar year?
I don't have that specific number. I can tell you that between the floods and the bushfires in that particular year is approximately 800 million. And I believe, and I'm just talking off the top of my head, so I might give you this on notice as a more accurate answer, but approximately, let's use those words, 600 million of it was related to bushfire, and let's call it 200 something related to floods.
Yep. And when we say last year, do you mean the last financial year ending on 30th of June, or do you mean the last calendar year starting?
Well, I'm actually probably talking about 2020, where the bushfires and 2021, where the bushfires were relevant.
That combination of fire and flood that we saw in the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, and the floods in that period.
Exactly. So it's probably better, rather than me talking off the top of my head, Mr. Shubridge, which I don't like to do, I'd rather bring you this on notice so you get an accurate answer.
Well, if you could, and we'll from that period from 1920 onwards, what the cumulative cost to the state of New South Wales has been for flood and fire.
Absolutely, no problem at all.
It would be fair to say, though, that that ballpark figure of $800 million was a record amount, a tragically high record amount paid out for flood and fire for the scheme.
I believe the amount for bushfire might be close to being a record, but again, I'd prefer to come back to you. What I would say is this is the normal function of the TMF. This is what it's here for. Really to provide, for unexpected outcomes when the government is trying to deliver its services.
Have you undertaken, has ICARE undertaken any work to understand the nature of that risk going forward, given the impacts of climate change? What once was a 1 in 100 year flood now seems to be happening once every 12 months. What was once a catastrophic once in a century fire is happening once every 10 years. Have you undertaken an analysis to work out what the risk exposure is going forward as a result of climate?
So we take advice from our reinsurance broker, Guy Carpenter, who provides us with modelling on this. We also work through with Mr Gardner through the Treasury ALCO and the government's whole of government climate change committee. I can't remember what the name of that committee is, sorry, where we have a representative on the committee. So we are looking at that on a continuous basis. It's part of our regular analysis.
What does that modelling show, Ms Harding, in terms of the risk exposure, the financial risk exposure of the state of New South Wales to those increasing disasters, both in occurrence and severity, due to climate change?
Well, I don't know that this answer will surprise you a great deal, Mr Shubridge. It's very difficult to separate the increasing impact of climate change, if that's the word you want to use, from the government's growing asset base and normal weather cyclical patterns. So what we try and do is use the advice that we get to the best of our endeavours.
Mr. Harding, I can't understand your difficulty with using the term climate change.
I don't have a difficulty using it. I'm just suggesting to you pulling it apart in terms of the shifting risk that's being experienced and exposure of the TMF. It changes for a number of reasons.
Mr. Gardner, what has Treasury done in terms of reviewing that increased risk going forward, and I'm going to use the phrase, as a result of climate change?
So my particular role in it is with respect to the Asset Liability Committee, Mr Shoebridge, and so we've had iCare and sort of Treasury representatives on whole of government initiatives around climate readiness present to the Asset Liability Committee on this topic as to how we should think about sort of the insurance profile and the vulnerability of the state's balance sheet, and so the property assets and the like. There's a lot of detail in that modelling, but we are certainly, there's a lot of initiatives within Treasury, and particularly under the new Treasurer, to make sure we're strengthening as much of that as we possibly can.
So we're now in the final portion of this morning's proceedings, so we're just working out how to split the time. So essentially we'll split it, it'll be about 16 minutes at this point for each, so the opposition.
16 minutes.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay.
I'll do my best, Minister. Let's see how much we can get done.
You shorten your questions, I'll shorten my answers.
Minister, let's just resume where we were before. I had asked you...
looking at a particular document.
You will be shortly.
Okay.
Minister, I asked you before about whether or not in that Thursday briefing that you got in the presence of the Secretary, whether or not...
No, I said it wasn't in the presence of the Secretary.
I may have misheard. Sorry. The briefing that you got on Thursday, that whether you or your office's views were solicited about whether or not any planning was underway for a shutdown that would extend beyond the Monday in the event that the interim application was not successful and Fair Work had decided to go to a full hearing. And I think you said you had no recollection that that was never put to you. And is that the evidence that I heard correctly?
Well, I think that's a fair point. Is that I think you're really asking me what happened. What was Sydney Train's position if, in fact, the application on the Saturday failed?
Well, the application for interim relief failed. Yes.
So if that failed, what was Sydney Train's going to do? I think the evidence of Mr. Tamba would be that Tumba.
No, it's a slightly separate question, Minister.
No. The evidence of Mr. Tumba would be is that Sydney Trains could not operate.
I just want to. It's a slightly separate question, so do listen carefully. The question is specifically, in the event that you could not obtain interim relief, did anybody ever ask you whether you would support keeping the network closed until Fair Work had time to have a full application and a full hearing?
Well, it's a proper question to be asked of Sydney Trains.
I'm asking you. Well, Minister, it's specific. Was your view ever solicited on keeping the network closed until the Wednesday to permit Fair Work to undertake a full hearing into your application?
Well, I think the evidence which was provided to me was that if the work bans remained in place, and that's what would have been the impact. That's what the impact of the failure of the interim, interim orders would be. So the failure of those orders would have given rise to a fact that the work bans would have remained in place. The evidence available to me was that the Sydney Trains could not operate that service.
Can we now ask the documents to be given to the Minister, please? Thank you, and I will formally table them, and I have confirmed our versions are aligned, which is very good to hear.
Thank you. And which page do you want me to look at?
We'll go through them, Minister. This is a text exchange that takes place between the Chief People Officer of Sydney of Transport for New South Wales and the Secretary of Transport for New South Wales.
Tracy is whom?
She's a chief. Look, I'm being careful not to use names to respect privacy, but this particular text message is from the Chief People Officer of Transport for New South Wales.
Correct, I didn't.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Minister. And it's going to the Secretary of Transport for New South Wales. And you can see it's a text chain that begins at 10:23 p.m. on the Sunday night. And this is
Mine is a text exchange which starts at 3:55.
No, just go down and look at the message, not the time the screenshot was taken.
Oh.
It says Sunday the 20th of February, 10:23. Yep. So this is a text message that takes place an hour after the application for interim relief had effectively, for whatever reason, not been successful.
No.
Sure. I'm just going to read it to you, Minister, and then you can respond, all right? You can see here there is a concern to go for termination as the disruption could play out for a few days before we could get a decision. We cannot get interim orders if Commission hears matters within 5 days, which they are saying they can, and the unions have agreed they could respond in a few days. Just turn the page to page 2. You see Mr Sharp replies, can you please expand? I don't understand the playoffs you are referencing. You can see here, Group is concerned on Minister's view of potentially having a number of days of disruption or full stoppages whilst we are in the hearing on potential termination and suspension. So we want to consider all options. Example, and if you turn the page, you can see that, that what she's talking about is conciliation, doing a deal, making an application to argue agreement should be upheld, etc.
Hang on.
Thanks.
Well,
Phil, take your time.
Yep, going down to the bottom of it. So you didn't read the full text message, but
No, I did, because you can see if you go to page...
Concerned on Minister's view of potentially having a number of days.
Yeah, so just turn to page 3.
Yeah, got it.
Yep. The full text message exchange, which I did read, is contained in full on that page and partially on the earlier page. But then you can see at the bottom of page 3, Mr Sharp replies, thanks. And then you can turn over to page 4. And it says here, can we grab you for a call with Meg and Matt, which are referring to 2 Deputy Secretaries of Transport for New South Wales. Mr Sharp goes on to that call. We've heard from the other room that these options and others were canvassed, but this is what this is what Mr Sharp is told by his Chief People Officer. She says, I understand there is tension in this decision. However, I want to stress we may not get this opportunity again, especially with the support of the Minister for ER, Employment Relations. Clearly, you actually had provided a view in support of a shutdown that would extend to Wednesday to facilitate a full Fair Work hearing.
Well,
and your other let me finish. And your other ministers disagreed. You were the hardline person driving this dispute. That Sunday night, somehow, the Chief People Officer is aware... No, let me finish the question. Sometime the Chief People Officer is telling the Secretary of Transport that you support a shutdown. What I want to understand is why is the Chief People Officer providing advice about your support of continuing the shutdown until Fair Work could have a full hearing by Wednesday?
Well, I have never heard such rubbish in all my life as
wrong.
What you have just put to me.
You have to lean forward,
Where is there one piece of evidence which you have provided to me?
I am going to raise a point.
He's answering the question.
No. He's answering the question.
He's asking him to put the microphone to his mouth.
I can't hear you, Minister.
Minister, sit close to the microphone.
You're covering your mouth as well. So
I think he needs
do you mind if you're going to give it back to me?
Minister has the call.
Microphone on record.
What I would suggest is to you that is utter rubbish. And in fact, I would like to see one piece of evidence which you can rely on, which justifies that claim, other than an assertion by a person in a text message, a person whom I have never met in my life and in respect of whom I have never had an opportunity of cross-examining, and in respect of evidence I was never party to, and you are asserting that that gives rise to a view which I communicated to someone. I have never heard of such abject rubbish in my life.
I'll take that as a denial. Minister, have you ever been briefed on what's called the circuit breaker strategy?
Well, I can understand intuitively what it would potentially mean.
No, that's not my question. Have you been specifically briefed on what's called a circuit breaker strategy?
No.
Have you... Well, through you to the Secretary. Secretary, have you ever been briefed on what's called the circuit breaker strategy?
I don't think so, Mr Mookie.
You sure?
You may correct me, but I don't think so.
Are you absolutely sure?
As I say, I don't think so.
So look, I'm going to read you this exchange, and I'm going to then ask you, Secretary, what exactly you think it means, and of course what the Minister's knowledge of the matter is, as well, if you don't mind.
Sure.
As well. And it's this. Secretary, do you recall receiving a text message from the Secretary of Transport at Tuesday, 10:26 a.m?
Sorry, which date, Mr Mookie?
Last Tuesday, 10:26 a.m. Do you recall getting a text message from the Secretary?
I will have to check, and I can check now if you like, but anyway, please read away.
Because this is an exchange that's been produced to the Upper House, and I'll just read it to you. This is from Mr Sharp.
Do go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, MCT, I have an update on the FWC. No termination option available for the action. We don't meet the hurdle with some services operating.
Yep.
The actions negotiated and agreed on Saturday have, however, enabled a return of services, which was the original outcome agreement and focus. The next step is to engage with the RTBU next week, as agreed. Then it says this. The circuit breaker strategy remains. Go to a vote in New South Wales trains and look for mechanisms to get to Fair Work Commission on Sydney trains. This isn't an easy step. Happy to discuss. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah.
Now, to be very clear, before I get to the Secretary, Minister, you still have no knowledge of this particular strategy of going to a vote in New South Wales trains and looking for a mechanism to get to the Fair Work Commission?
Absolutely no. No one has ever briefed me in relation to this.
So, the reason I'm asking you, Minister, is because this is a stunning admission of bad faith negotiating under the Fair Work Act. Because, can I just say, the same day that Mr Coutts-Trotter is being told by Mr Sharp that the plan is to go to a vote in New South Wales trains and look to repeat the same application that you just withdrew, was the same day that the Minister for Transport was publicly saying, as a gesture of good faith, we're going to withdraw the application. And no, let me just finish.
Oh,
and you'll get your turns. And it is stunning for this reason. At the same time that the Minister is telling the public that the government is withdrawing the action, the Secretary is responsible for employment relations is being told, actually, the government is preparing to repeat the same dispute and run the exact same application to Fair Work.
No, I don't think that's what I was being told.
Well, I'm putting it to the Minister first. Let me put it to the Minister first, and then I'm sure happy to hear from you, Secretary.
Sure.
Minister, that looks like the government was telling the public one thing and planning for something else, and it seems like this took place all while you, as a minister responsible, were ignorant. Why is that? How is that possible that your government can do this?
Well, I think the date of the notice by the RTBU to Sydney Trains is dated the 9th of February.
Minister, I'm asking you...
That's the date. No.
I'm going to ask you to be relevant.
And the answer to your question is the strategy being adopted in relation to shutting down the trains by the unions was started on the 9th of February.
Minister...
That's when the notice was given. And if you look at the statement of Mr Tumba and the application, the notices by the union are attached to that notice. So the strategy to shut down the train system was initiated by the unions on the 9th of February.
I just would ask you to directly come to... I'm asking you to come directly to the question. I'm asking you to come directly to the question.
Bang on.
I'm asking you about a text exchange that took place last Tuesday. I'm not asking you about what happened 2 weeks prior. I'm asking you as Minister, how is it possible that your government could be telling the public one thing and planning another?
I think it's a bit unfortunate that a member of your own party's talking over you, Chair.
What's your point of order?
Chair, I think that Mr Mookie is very practised at asking long questions, and then
There's no point of order.
No.
Chair's ruled.
This is a procedural issue.
He needs intervention.
No. Mr.
Take the time.
Mr Mookie asks very long, articulate questions, but then when the Minister tries to provide a long answer to address them, he gets talked over. Mr Mookie needs to allow the witness to actually answer the question.
I'm sorry, we've got limited time. There's no point of order. I don't uphold the
What I would be saying to you, Mr Mookie, is you can have your own opinion based on text messages would you say. I would rather rely on what the facts are. And the facts are that the RTBU on the 9th of February issued a notice to Sydney Trains. The cumulative effect would be to stop trains running in New South Wales, in Sydney, from the 21st of February to the 7th of March. That's the impact of those notices. So how Sydney Trains react to a shutdown which is imposed upon them by the union is actually factually started on the 9th of February.
I'm not surprised.
And a text message exchange which I've never seen, which you are asking me to comment, I'm not going to comment.
Well, then maybe what I
will
can
do is, when I lodge the application
Minister, I'm going to now move on because the Secretary wants to be heard. The Secretary wants to be heard on this. Secretary, I think you wanted to be heard. I'm sorry for interrupting you before.
Oh, no, that's quite okay, Mr Mookie. The background to this is me saying to my colleague Rob Sharp, how long has this been going on? And it's been going on for more than a year. In other words, there have been, I think, more than 300 claims from the union that were put on the table a year ago. None have been amended, none have been withdrawn, and there have been at least 4 additional offers from the government as part of that negotiation. And so my question to my colleague was, it doesn't seem like negotiation is going to land this. Can we get an independent umpire involved in trying to help with the decision? That is the no more, no less, the detail. And it's really just reflecting this doesn't appear to be going anywhere constructive.
Minister, I appreciate that, Mr Secretary. The problem I have with that explanation is that we just heard from the Transport Department that they briefed the Transport Ministry on early February about this circuit breaker strategy. They were quite clear. There's written advice that apparently has been tabled that this is a circuit breaker strategy. And to be very clear here as well, that wasn't an attempt to conciliate. This is quite clear in terms of what this Secretary is told. Just pause, Minister. I'm not sure you're understanding.
I am understanding.
Just pause here. This is quite clear what the strategy is. It's to go to a vote in New South Wales Trains. And to be fair to the Secretary of Transport, he has effectively confirmed that that remains the option. And there's nothing illegitimate about that from an employer to do it. And then look for a mechanism to get to Fair Work on Sydney Trains. This is being communicated to the government on the same day that the other minister is telling the public something differently.
You can give you a commentary.
Minister,
you're giving the commentary.
Minister,
I'll answer the question.
Minister, are you currently contemplating refiling an application to terminate bargaining?
I have no instructions to do that, but I have to say
Thank you. You've answered my question.
The starting point is this, though, Mr Mookie, in answer to your question. If, in fact, the cumulative effect of work bans foreshadowed by the RTBU in support of a whole series of claims as just outlined, then in those circumstances to ensure that the trains continue to run, I would be obliged, if instructed to, or requested to do so, for the purposes of A, ensuring safety, B, ensuring the convenience of the people of New South Wales, to lodge an application to prevent the work. That's what the application
Minister,
was about.
Can I just ask you this?
About.
I appreciate that.
And
Minister,
you would have to say this.
The
decision to shut down the train
Minister, you
was
answered the question.
By the union
Minister,
on the 9th
you've answered
February.
the question.
Chair,
I want to ask you the next question. Minister, the question is that now, thank you. Minister, can you rule out making an application to terminate the enterprise agreement?
What I would say is this. As the Minister, I would say that we are prepared to act in good faith. I thought we had reached an agreement on Saturday afternoon to allow the trains to run on Monday morning. One party to that agreement, the unions, walked away from an agreement to run the trains in accordance with the timetable roster which had been set by Sydney Trains. In circumstances by that, I would be saying to the parties, I expect you to act in good faith, and that means the government should act in good faith, but the unions must act in good faith.
Ruled out. Your counterpart in the other room ruled out taking, with the indulgence of...
Well, I haven't ruled it.
Well, you could, this final question, and you can try and get an answer.
Thank you. Your counterpart in the other room has ruled out making an application to terminate the agreement.
He didn't know how.
And... to be fair, that's true. Yep. But he made the commitment, and he says that he communicated this to the union too. He's ruled out making an application to terminate the agreement. But of course you have that power too, which is why I'm asking you to make the same commitment as the Transport Minister has made in the other room just half an hour ago.
You weren't here. Procedural fairness.
Can you just rule out making an application to terminate the agreement.
Yeah, well,
you weren't here when I was asked various questions relating to my involvement as employee relations. Always my disposition is not to have to engage in proceedings before tribunals and commissions to sort out disputes. But if a Transport Minister has ruled it out, that's a matter for him. But I rely on instructions that I received through an agency in terms of where they sit. And I have to say to you, Mr Mookie, if the agency formed the view that the safety of the people of New South Wales or the running of the service was impacted by the issuing of work bans and the like, and that they could not be avoided, I would be surprised if an agency did not request some intervention by either the Fair Work Commission or the Industrial Relations Commission. It would just be something that you would need to do to protect the safety and the convenience of the commuters of New South Wales. That was what the action in the Fair Work Commission was predicated upon. That was why the action was taken, and that's why we should all be disappointed here today that the unions did not honour the agreement which they reached on Saturday afternoon.
Mr Shoebridge.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Gardner, you said that you have a role in providing advice to the government about the impacts of climate change, but to be honest, I didn't quite understand what the nature of your role was.
So, Mr Shoebridge, my role as Chair of the Asset Liability Committee within New South Wales Treasury is to provide advice to the Secretary on sort of matters relating to a range of balance sheet strategies and risks. The specifics around climate change is not a specific risk that the ALCO provides advice on, but we have asked that Treasury and DPI and iCare provide increased reporting to the ALCO on the risks to the state's assets from climate change. And so those groups are working together to increase their level of modelling. You'll understand sort of the complexity of that given the scale and distribution of the state's assets. But we are increasingly sort of looking at that as something we need to be building.
Was this in part triggered by the $800 million that was paid for fire and flood in the last 2 years?
Not in the slightest, Mr Shoebridge. It's just part of the workload, the work that we've been designated and seeking to run through the ALCO process. Thanks.
And is it your evidence, as I understand it, that before this most recent reference, that the Asset Liability Committee had not been actually expressly looking or specifically looking at the risk associated with climate change?
We have, DPI and Treasury and a group of other whole of government agencies have a range of different approaches to think about it.
I'm asking you about the Asset Liability Committee.
I don't have specific recollections as to when we started on to manage that on the agenda. Mr Shoebridge, I'll have to take it on notice.
Well, you were speaking about a more recent reference to the committee to address climate change. When did that come?
So the last time we had a substantive paper on this topic was in December last year.
All right. And has that paper been provided to the Treasurer, did you say?
No, it was a paper for the committee's consideration.
And has the paper been published?
It has not been published. It's just an internal government.
What was the conclusions of the paper on the climate risk and the impact on the state's assets and liabilities?
So there's not a definitive number. It just talks about the parameters of the risk, and so you've got a lot of different sort of asset types. So you've got water, power and energy, transport assets, education assets. So it talks about the breadth of the asset base and the distribution of the asset base, and then it talks about sort of the potential sources of risk that come from climate. So obviously flooding, bushfires, wind, coastal inundation, and so it sort of just starts to set some parameters for us to start then having the various relevant departments of government and agencies start to map those things in a more granular, more strategic fashion.
It basically describes the last 2 years then, flood, fire, coastal inundation. It basically describes what we've gone through the last 2 years, Mr Gardner, is that right?
Well, we've had occurrences of floods and bushfires in the last 2 years. I accept that, yes.
Yeah, at extraordinary levels. You're not trying to pretend otherwise.
No, I'm not trying to pretend in any way. I mean, obviously, the experience that we're going through right now is of an extraordinary order of magnitude.
Will you provide a copy of that paper to the committee?
I'll take it on notice.
Yep. Mr. Harding, the dust diseases scheme, its liabilities have been adversely impacted by an increase in the expected claims handling expenses. What has been the increase in the claims handling expenses for dust disease scheme?
Thank you, Mr. Shubich. I might, if I just can, before I answer that question, just give you a bit more accuracy on the numbers I gave you earlier, just to give you comfort. I was only out by a little bit. The bushfires were 650 million and the floods were 150. So it's same numbers, just slightly differently split.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Harding. I appreciate that. Why is it costing more to handle dust diseases claims?
Mr. Shubich, one of the recommendations from the Auditor General early before my arrival was for iCare to undertake a review of its expense allocation between the schemes. The increase in the cost for the dust disease is a reflection of a allocation of costs to the dust disease through that allocation methodology as a result of the review that we undertook and the process of confirming that review, which has all been signed off by the Auditor General. So it's not a increase in cost, it's a correction in where the costs have been allocated.
So this was another example of the nominal insurer bearing costs that it shouldn't bear, isn't it? That's what was happening here. The claims were the expenses were inappropriately being put in the nominal insurers.
There was some
category, weren't they?
Well, that's a different characterisation. I would suggest to you that all companies and all large organisations go through cost allocation models, and those cost allocation models get refined over time. We've refined it, and it has affected the allocation to different schemes.
Mr. Harding, I asked you specifically about the nominal insurer. It was like so much that had been happening in iCare over the last few years, they just took another drink out of the nominal insurer. That's what happened, and it's been reversed
Mr.
now
Shubich,
to an extent. Is that right?
Your allegation implies some form of intent, whereas what I'm trying to explain is that this is a very normal process around how people manage costs across large organisations.
Did you reverse the allowance, and what was previously being met by the nominal insurer is now being met by dust diseases scheme? It's a pretty simple question.
It's not just a nominal insurer, it's across iCare. We reviewed the whole cost allocation across all of the schemes. And there's been changes across different schemes. So, yeah, it is a normal business practice. I think the issue here is that we now have a correct cost allocation to go forward with that is agreed with and approved by the Auditor General.
What's the additional cost?
I don't have the exact number in front of me for that reallocation. No.
Will you provide it on notice?
I'm very happy to.
There's also a higher than expected number of claims that have hit the dust diseases scheme. Are they silicosis claims? Are they asbestos claims? What's the higher than expected claims?
There is a slight increase in number of claims coming through. Some of it is related to the silicosis claims. I spoke earlier in this committee for Mr. Searle about the work we do going out and visiting manufactured stone sites where we do screening. And that has generated a higher awareness and an increase in the claims coming through. In 2018-19, we had 40 silicosis claims lodged. In 2019-20, we had 107. 2021, probably as a result of a slowdown in our screening processes due to COVID lockdowns and difficulties getting screening out in COVID, we've had 37 back again. So yeah, we have a large number of new claims being brought forward as a result of the screening activity that we've been undertaking as it goes through.
The end result of having to correct historic errors on expense handling, the increased number of claims and the allowance for remediating past underpayments is that the funding ratio for that scheme is now only at 59%. That's right, isn't it?
Well,
or is it less than that now?
Considering the funding ratio in respect to this scheme is relatively irrelevant in the fact that the scheme is not designed to have any assets. The scheme actually has been very lucky in that it has built up a store of assets over its 100-year history. But in reality, the scheme's design and the way the legislation works is it is a pay-as-you-go scheme, in which case the premiums for each year are determined based on the cost and expected outflows for that year, both administration expenses and claims.
That's not historically how it's worked.
Well, it's exactly how it's worked. It's what the legislation says.
It may be how the legislation operates. You know, Mr. Harding, sitting there as well as I do, that historically the scheme has been in large part funded by accrued assets, and at the end of last financial year, the funding ratio for the scheme was at 59%. I don't want another definitional argument with you. I want to know what the funding ratio is now.
I don't even know if I've got it, Mr. Schubert, because it's not...
What was it at the end of last financial year? What was it at the end of last calendar year?
No, just come back to the fact that it's not relevant.
What was it at the end of last... At the end of last calendar year? I don't want this definitional fight with you again, Mr. Harding.
I'm not having a definitional fight with you, Mr.
Do you have a point of order? Or?
I have a point of order. I'm just waiting for an ability to actually jump in between...
Okay, what is it?
Chair, the point of order is that procedural fairness means that Mr. Harding should be allowed to address the question. Now, he's trying to do so while Mr. Shoebridge is trying to talk over him. I would ask that Mr. Shoebridge allow him to address the question, and then he can raise an elucidation or a clarification afterwards.
Put simply, Mr. Harding is debating the question, not answering the question, and that's not his role as a witness.
And can I just say, to the point of order, Mr. Shoebridge has put the question 3 times in the manner in which Mr. Fang has asked for. The minister is not entitled to debate the question or decide whether or not the question is relevant or not.
Correct.
He has to answer the question, and he should.
Yes, I specifically just before the point of order heard the witness say that the question wasn't relevant. Mr. Harding, you have to answer the question. So the point of order is not upheld.
What was the funding ratio on 31st of December for the dust diseases scheme? It was 59% on the 30th of June. What was it on the 31st of December?
I'm going to take it on notice, Mr. Schubert. We would record it as 100% because it is a pay-as-you-go scheme.
Well, that's funny because your annual report has it at 59%. So I think that's plainly false, Mr. Harding. I've got your annual report.
I'm happy to take it on notice to give you a funding ratio. My point.
Funding ratio.
Can I finish my answer, please, Mr. Schubert? My point here is we continue to operate the scheme. The scheme has $1.2 billion of assets that have been accrued over its over 100-year history. We use those assets to subsidise...
And you're winding them down rapidly because, which is the point of this questioning, Mr. Harding, that accumulated set of savings is being wound down rapidly because the handling costs have gone up, claims have gone up, and there's a major liability because iCare's stuffed up and you have to pay back past underpayments. You're eating into a centuries of savings.
I would suggest to you, Mr. Schubert, that the funding ratio has gone down because liabilities have gone up, not because the assets have gone down. We use the investment income from the assets, not the capital base of the assets, to support the premiums being paid by employers. The premiums being paid by employers have been held at around approximately $70 million for the last 2 years, and that has resulted in over $118 million contributed from those investment returns to keep those premiums at that level. That's how the investment assets are being used, not for any other purpose. The liabilities are increasing, as we talked about before, as silicosis comes through the scheme, as more asbestos, and in fact, one of the drivers of the liabilities is that people on the scheme today are living longer than expected, which is a good thing for those people.
But Mr. Harding,
that does increase the liabilities of the scheme.
The annual report indicates that there will need to be an increase in future levies for the dust diseases scheme. Are you in the process of determining what the increase will be, and if so, by how much?
Well, we are in the process of determining that, but we have yet to finalise that. I have the number for you, Mr. Shoebridge. It's 56.3% at January. But the correct way to interpret that is that it's actually 100% because, as I said before, it is always a pay-as-you-go scheme.
As with the nominal insurer, Mr. Harding, I'd put to you that the correct way of determining it is, again, things have got significantly worse with a deterioration from a 59% funding ratio at the end of the financial year down now to 56.3% by the end of the calendar year. And it seems to me you don't think that's a problem, and I'm troubled by that.
I didn't detect a question in any of that.
Well, Mr. Harding is able to respond.
I detect a point of order in that, so continue, Mr. Harding.
I'm happy to answer. I think perhaps you're confusing, Mr. Shubridge, my determination to give you an accurate answer with a lack of concern. I am very concerned about both the nominal insurer and the dust disease scheme, and we are taking a lot of action to address the issues that are in there. But similar to the nominal insurer, where I explained to you what was driving the liability increases, they are factors that are actually about us meeting the obligations of the scheme. Either increases in liabilities, the number of claims, the growth in expectations, or the length of period of time that people are on the scheme because they're living longer. Those are the factors impacting the liabilities. Our job is to use the assets of the scheme effectively to manage the scheme, and we are doing that.
Government.
Look, Chair, as tempted as I am, I think that the Minister and the other members of the committee have acquitted themselves very well, and I've got no questions for them.
Thank you, Minister, for your time this morning. We appreciate your time. Thank you to all of the officials and those of you who are back this afternoon. We'll see you after lunch. Thank you.
Marvellous.
Welcome back, everybody, to this afternoon's continuation of the estimates hearings into finance and employee relations. We'll kick off with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Thanks for coming back. I suspect these are for you, Mr Johnson, but we will see. I was just looking for an update on the figures of the invoices issued in relation to hotel quarantine fees.
Yes, I should be able to help you in part for that.
Great. The last figures I've got are from November last year, so whether there's more from there.
Yes, I'll have more current information.
Terrific, thank you.
Okay, so as at the 31st of January 22, revenues issued invoices to the value of $317.7 million, with $242 million of that resolved, either through paid or waived or withdrawn.
You might not be able to give us all of that today, but just the breakdown in terms of paid, what did you say, paid, waived, withdrawn?
Paid 202 and waived or withdrawn 40 million. So some of this relates to the pre-12th of July 2020. If people had bought tickets prior to that, they
get waived because they weren't paying on the way through. Yep, gotcha. Okay, that's good. And are you able to give us the breaks? And is there still the outstanding issue with the other state? How much of that? When you got 212, so there's about 105 million. Is that right? 105 million outstanding.
So the issues with the states is a Treasury question because so Revenue New South Wales function here is people who stay in a health or a police hotel. That information is provided to us and we've then invoiced accordingly. We've worked with Treasury on. They're part of a group that we've worked together on in understanding the volumes that we've had, and then the recouping costs from state to state has been managed through Treasury, so I couldn't speak to that. But there's not a direct one-for-one cost to that. If someone came through Sydney, stayed in a hotel within Sydney, but their home is another part of Australia, we're still pursuing that debt with them.
So that's you're responsible for that part.
That's right.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, and can you tell us, though, of the $202 million that's been paid, how much of that has been paid by other state governments?
So this is a separate...
So it's a separate... there's a different amount. So you're saying to us you can't tell us what that is?
I have no involvement in the collection from other governments.
Yep,
it's the citizens who've come through New South Wales and then gone to other states that we would.
So just to be clear, the $317 million are invoices issued to individuals and not invoices issued to other state governments.
That's right.
That amount would be totally separate to these figures that you provided.
That would be separate. They're obviously related in terms of because it's about volumes, but it's a separate. Are
you able to tell us how many invoices the 317 million equates to, and the 212 million?
So one of the challenges with this was because of people travelling in families, so individuals versus invoices.
Yep.
So just trying to give myself a little bit of time there while I say that.
It's okay, we can wait. We've got a lot of time this afternoon, Mr Johnson, so that's fine. Don't feel under pressure.
I'll relax a little there. Sorry. If I could come back to that,
yeah, that's fine. While you're looking, we can keep going. That's fine.
Not jumping at me in my data.
No, that's fine. And just, I suppose, going back to some of the questions earlier this morning, are you able to tell us whether there's any garnishee orders being executed in relation to these outstanding amounts?
Currently, no. We paused garnishee orders when we sought legal advice in December. My expectation.
Sorry, why did you seek legal advice in December?
After the the Ombudsman's report that we discussed this morning.
Yes.
We'd made a number of changes since the legal advice that the Ombudsman had sought had happened, and I decided to get further advice just to check how the additional things we'd done, whether there was...
So, sorry, just to be clear, are you saying that there are now no garnishee orders on any fines recovery as a result of the Ombudsman's report? That's not what you told us this morning.
We've paused whilst getting this advice,
right,
and we'll restart in the near future. And quarantine fees will be part of that.
Yeah, but just to be clear, sorry, I had missed this when you said this morning, that... So the Ombudsman's report came out, in November last year, but essentially there is no garnishee orders currently. Since then, there's been a pause altogether on garnishees.
And it wasn't it wasn't completely in relation to that Ombudsman's report. It was also, we've turned it on and off through the past 2 years because of COVID and understanding the pressures. And through December and January, we tried to take an empathetic approach to that. So, but the answer's correct.
There's none being
currently, but the intention will be to
jump in.
Sure.
You said that you turned it on and off over the last 2 years. When were the periods that you turned it on and off?
They would. Just a moment. They related to times where there was lockdowns, etc. But I can give the.
You want to
I'll come back to you, sorry.
But if you want to ask someone who's watching to provide you with that information and then come back to us this afternoon, that would be helpful.
Yes,
if you can tell us the periods that were paused, and just so I can understand this better, so you would... I think it's an excellent idea that you did pause them. Did you pause them because of a ministerial direction, or was that something that Revenue New South Wales?
It was my decision in consultation with my team. I advised the Minister that we were doing this, as was my responsibility within that.
I think it's an excellent initiative. And so you obviously paused them in December and January, and then you'll get the previous periods that you paused them.
Yes, so it was effectively the time that parts of New South Wales were locked down. So I'll get the right dates for you.
I understand.
That July to October, say, we then restarted, then paused again.
Yeah.
The previous year, there was a period of time where we did the same.
And when you pause them, does that mean that you paused the issuing of new orders, or was it also the enforcement of existing orders?
So we continue to enforce fines. So there's a range of steps that we do when fines are enforced, and one of these, one of the last steps that we take is around garnishee orders. So we continued on with our work, but obviously over the past couple of years, been really mindful of the situations people are going through, how we best support them. But we continued with our work.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. Thank you.
And so just the timing of the legal advice off the back of the Ombudsman's report, it has been finalised or is close to being finalised?
Close to be finalised. So we've received advice back, which in essence, from my perspective, was very supportive of what we're doing and its lawfulness, but we could strengthen up some of the actions from effectively someone who's reviewing the
challenge is where the discretion lies, isn't it? Whether it's humans or machines that make the decision. Is that the sort of the nub of the issue?
Essentially, and do we have sufficient human? Is a human making a decision about that progressing forward? That's right. So. And then it becomes a question of how do you show that it is sufficient, which becomes quite that you could. It's not simple enough to just tick a box that someone said I've done this. We've bolstered the advice that our staff are are responding to then initiate that garnishee order around the checks that they've made that's appropriate.
And are you able to give us a bit of a sense of, I mean, I don't know, one of the figures I saw, you're looking at sort of, hundreds of thousands of orders potentially a year. Obviously, they're not all going through human hands. Are you able to give us, where in the decision-making process, and I suppose what proportion of decisions are actually automated and actually go to a human to have a decision made?
So all decisions are human made. What the automation process does is make
all 400 and whatever thousand.
No. Well, there's a way that our staff review the.
How does that work? Can you tell me how that works?
Could I maybe jump in?
Thank you.
Forgive me if I go into a bit too much detail. I have been criticised for doing this in the past.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's probably best to start at the beginning. So we issue, or a penalty notice is issued, and then, as the Chief Commissioner mentioned, over the space of 90 days, there's a number of attempts of reminder notice and enforcement notice. Once we get to a certain period, around 90 days, the Fines Act requires that we do something. And there's basically three options that are open to revenue. And of course, at any time that someone reaches out to us, we can discuss a payment plan, a WDO. That pretty much stops the process. So this really is the very last resort.
WDO, just for Hansard, because I'm not sure.
Work development orders.
Work development order, sorry. So I couldn't get the D. I knew there was a work something order. Yep.
So just for completeness, that's an alternative pathway where people with fines obligations can undertake all sorts of different activities to basically.
The idea is to stop people going to jail or losing their licence. Yeah.
Yeah. So the three options that are given to us under the Act are a garnishee order, a property seizure order, which is quite drastic, or taking the debt, and if the person has land, we can look to charge the land. Again, those.
I mean, you can take this on notice. I'd be very interested to know how many times you actually did that in the last financial year.
It's a very small number.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's not our practice, which led. I'll let Mr. Smythe finish. But the garnishee order is the most practical part and that's why we've invested heavily on kind of identifying vulnerability through the people that follow through that path, which I touched on this morning.
Can we ask for it for the last 3 financial years? Yeah. So a breakdown of those 3 options over the last 3 financial years, how many of those have been provided? Can you also, so with there's obviously, it's a significant step up from a garnishee to a property order. Do they have only human oversight, or is any of that done
so for the last 3 years on property seizure, it's 0. Yep. I can tell you that. I've remembered that number.
I think you'd remember if you were doing it because it's a pretty significant thing to do.
Well.
Yeah.
But in terms of human decision making, so we interact with, I think we're close to 3 million customers receive a fine in some way across New South Wales each year. 78% of them resolve their fine within the time before it being enforced. Yep. We would estimate potentially 10% of the remaining would be some element of vulnerability, and we keep, and I'm not trying to generalise these terms, and then about 12% can pay but choose not to, which is the group that garnishee orders is actually quite effective for us. The decisions that our automation go through considers a range of factors about the people that are pursuing through this, such as, are you a minor or not? So a decision, there's factual information that we have about someone that helps us through that process. There's a range of rules that follow through that. Those rules continually get governed and managed by the team that leads all this work with the analysts and the people that build the automation so that we make sure that we're not getting perverse outcomes from it. And so what the people are doing, our Revenue New South Wales staff, are looking at the outputs of this. There are audits of some as we progress through.
So is it kind of a random sample? I mean, this is the...
well, it's in part, but there's sufficient information that we have about people that answer these questions that say whether they've gone through, as Mr. Smythe was saying, 3 months of attempted connection with them. So the decisions and the automation is not... the only point of predictability is whether someone might be vulnerable to take them out of it. It's... I feel very, very comfortable that the way that we've processed that actually removes a lot of bias. That previous to this, we had in the vicinity of 40 people working through garnishee orders, able to do much fewer. But I could imagine the bias and the errors that would come when, fairly maybe simple questions are being asked.
I suppose we're really getting this. I mean, this is really the heart of it, Mr. Johnson, is the issue of how much of it is it automated. I mean, I can understand why you'd be keen to have, far fewer staff having to deal with that and dealing with, what could be considered subjective. But it's the degree to which how much of that is just now fully automated and where is any subjectivity. I mean, isn't this the heart of the issue around the legal issues?
No, I might just jump in there. The question around the decision is not whether an enforcement action must be made, is to be taken. So one of those three, that's mandated under the legislation. The question is a garnishee order the most appropriate way of enforcing this fine? Really, if it's not, we're sort of thrown back into the question of, well, should it be a property seizure order or a charge on their land? Assuming some...
Well, I'm assuming that a lot of the people that find themselves in this situation wouldn't have any land or any property, even if you wanted to pursue them for it.
Well, quite possibly, we're not engaging in that unless extreme circumstances.
But that goes to the point.
So I'm still trying to just get anyway. I mean, I'm happy for you to take it on note. I'm just trying to get. I mean, from the figures that we've got from the GIPA, that just talks about the breakdown of the number of garnishee orders. So, and it dropped significantly. Obviously, this must be your pause coming into effect because
I have those dates too.
But if you look at 18-19, there was about 32,000. 2019-20, there's about 22,000, and we were now heading into the last 2 years, which have just been a general disaster for everybody. And so last year it looks like you only had about 3,000. So that would reflect, I assume, the pausing of issuing those orders, not just a massive drop. But again, I'm trying to understand the proportion of those garnishee orders. Where, so if we just look at 1920, and there's 22,335 from information, and I'm not questioning it, I've been given it, and it's out of my understanding, a GIPA that you've provided to the opposition. To get to that 22,335, where is the tick from the human that says go? That's going to that person.
So throughout the process of 3 months, there is complete human interaction in trying to engage with the people. Then it moves to a position where
you feel like you've got enough information through that 3-month process that the final, what I'm understanding you're saying to me, it means that really by the time we've got to the 3 months and, for a range of reasons, people are not interacting and, basically perhaps avoiding what's going on, or they've moved house, or they've got prepaid phones anyway. At that point, it's a pretty automated process then, because you feel as though you've reached, it's through the 3-month period rather than decision and yes or no.
So we've gained limited information from the people over that 3 months to get us to that point. If they've engaged with us, we talk about a payment plan, a work development order, or...
but if they haven't
had any engagement over this period, we would work through a set of criteria that, when confirmed, we will, which...
So who does that, or is that automated?
Is automated because...
Yeah, that's 32,000 of them, yeah.
We then have an officer review the outputs of this. They don't go in and check every single case. That's not clear. They look at the summary of information across.
So again, could you tell us about, so are you able to tell us, so there's no individual oversight, it's sort of sampling and auditing?
No, that's incorrect. There is a view of the output of of all the cases that come through to us that someone a person that works for Revenue New South Wales looks at, and then they provide a confirmation that they have done such. And these are some of the changes that we've bolstered about that they have properly reviewed this, and then it progresses through the garnishee order process into the engagement with banks, etc.
Could I just make a point? Those numbers, they look rather high. So if we were to choose, I think you mentioned for one period maybe there was approximately 3,000.
Well, that's 2021.
Yeah, so just using that number as an example, that doesn't mean that there's 3,000 customers. We need to issue 3,000 orders to the various financial institutions because we don't know which financial institution they may or may not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, great, okay.
So, and to that end, the number of orders is, most don't succeed. There's a small number do because we don't know where people bank or...
Okay, thank you.
So if I could tell you
please,
those dates. So we actually put it on hold for longer than I intimated earlier. So April 2020, and we didn't resume till June 2021. Now, we did have some, particularly that related to public health orders. We did still pursue a small number, and they were done manually so that we had eyes on them, and with quarantine fees as well in some cases. We then ceased again in August 2021, and we did maintain a small number related to particular cases around public health order infringements, but then we ceased again in December, as I've said, and we haven't recommenced, but my expectation would be in the...
Sorry, it was August 21 till...
So we actually, that didn't come back in my message. Actually, it would have been the end of lockdown or a little bit after the lockdown period. So
talking like generally August to October and then December and January. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And February.
And February. Sorry,
yes, because we haven't quite resolved that.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, thanks, Chair. For you, Mr. Cootes-Trotter, but you'll send it in the right spot, the right direction. In the middle of 2020, the government finally stacked up the changes to collection of fines from vulnerable persons and rolled out the new policy for the 50% reduction.
Right.
Who's responsible?
That would be Mr. Johnson.
That came into effect from the 1st of July 2020. Right. And I want to indicate on behalf of my party, the Greens, we think it's a very positive initiative, and indeed it's a matter we've been raising for some time, ensuring that there's some kind of equity between fines and income. It came into effect on the 1st of July. How many applications have been made under that scheme, first of all, for the 50% reduction? Do you know, Mr. Johnson?
I do. If I could, I'll give you the full financial year and then the year to date.
Yes.
Well, so I haven't got a total. I could work it out quickly, but the penalty amount reduction. So where someone has received a 50% reduction in the first financial year of this 2021, there was 586 instances. Yep. And in the second year, so far to this point, at the end of January, 167.
All right, and in the context of fine numbers, can you indicate how many fines were issued in 20 to 21, which were potentially the subject of one of these applications?
So
it's 586 of how many fines?
Well, there would have been in the vicinity of over 2 million fines were issued in the year, so it's a very small proportion. I mean, there's a number of other strengths to that change that you'd agree is enable. So the guidelines for that 50% discount were, there was much debate about what offences would be open to this, and so
it excluded fine issued by a court, a voting-related fine, a jury duty-related fine, and thankfully a fine issued to a body corp.
It also excluded serious offences such as road offences or considered serious road offences such as speeding through a school zone and speeding.
Well, I think they were added after the policy was established at the discretion of the Commissioner.
No, sorry, that was the Minister's guidelines were established that in the first instance,
well, it's just the media release that you issued at the time said, to ensure the integrity of the fine system and to align with community expectations, the Commissioner of Fines Administration reserves the right to exclude any serious or significant offences from eligibility for a 50% reduction. Did it change from being the Commissioner to the Minister at some point?
No, that is true. In my role, my function, I have the review of what offences are part of that, but there was when you look at the volume of offences that we have, a large proportion of them are out of scope of that, including these serious road offences, which there's many thousands.
Sorry, so there are serious road offences that are excluded. Are you saying there's now a long list of offences excluded from the 50% reduction, Mr Johnson?
Whether it's long on...
Well, I mean, I say long. You tell me how many there. If it's the bulk of offences, half the offences, a quarter of the offences, the most common offences, that's what I'm trying to explore with you, Mr Johnson.
Some of these would be quite common offences, but I can provide on notice some more detail to you on which of the offences that are not available to get this discount, if that's helpful.
Well, I mean, just for the moment, 586 out of 2 million or so seems to be a scheme that is at best boutique and not actually addressing any kind of fundamental fairness issues.
So the other part of the requirement is that people are on receiving benefits of some form to be eligible for the discount, which again reduces the number of people potentially that could find this. We've had significant increases in payment plans created. This legislation in one part had, and it got the most attention, was the 50% discount, but in fact it created an opportunity for us to engage with people to help them resolve their fines in a number of ways rather than stepping through enforcement or creating a greater problem for them down the track. Hundreds of thousands of people, 180,000 people had a payment plan created before this. You could only do that after it was enforced. And that creates a chance for us to be quite supportive to their circumstance.
So 180,000 people had a payment plan done in 2021?
Yep. And just under 94,000 at the 31st of January for this last year as well.
But only 586 actual reductions in fines.
That's right.
And 167. So the 180,000 people are paying the full fine just over a longer period of time.
That's correct.
And how does that compare to the year before? You say that that's an increase and that's a good thing from the outcomes. How many people had payment plans in 1920?
Well, zero had them that weren't enforced. So this is 180,000 people created a payment plan before then.
Before enforcement action?
That's right.
Materially, what difference did that make to them?
$65 in a fee, an enforcement fee, and it also helped create a discussion with people that gets away from the firmer actions that happen when you avoid engaging with us, such as garnishee orders or other things. It's meant people can explain their circumstances and we work through that, or diverting them into work development orders, which continue to do very well.
When people receive a fine, are they given information about in what circumstances they can seek a 50% reduction? Is that detailed in the fine notices that go to people?
There is detail on the notice to contact us for ways to support. It doesn't speak specifically to the 50% discount.
So nobody knows. How would you find out?
We share information on our website.
If a single mum in Western Sydney gets a fine in the afternoon, on the way home from the shops, there's an expectation she'll go onto the website and find out how to get a 50% reduction.
No, that's that.
How does she find out?
If she was to make contact with Revenue New South Wales to talk about her circumstance, her fine, we would triage that discussion into a point where we would consider, and we would consider everyone.
She might be told.
Pardon?
At some point in that conversation, she might be told about the possibility of a 50% reduction.
It's not just chance, Mr. Shoebridge. Where people identify vulnerability, our staff are trained to look at this as an option that we can explore.
How many phone inquiries? There are 2 million fines. How many phone inquiries did your office deal with from members of the public?
I'd have to take that on notice.
It's nowhere like 2 million, is it, Mr. Johnson? It's not even a noticeable fraction of 2 million. That is not a way of getting the information out, is it? If you're expecting someone to come home, research that your office even exists, which, I know it's important to us and we all know the important work you do, and I'm not minimising it, but 99 people in 100 don't even know your office exists. They research, they find out your office exists, they go onto the website, they hunt it down and they find something in a sort of subdirectory on the website, or they call you. That is not a way of informing people about their rights, is it?
So, I appreciate that feedback. I think we can continue to do a lot more in communicating and sharing our message about the options of support. But
why don't you tell people when they get the fine? That's often the only time they even know. The only communication they're going to see. Right. They get the fine, but you don't tell them at the time. They have a large number of people have a valuable right. People who really need it. People in significant financial hardship. You don't even tell them.
We make it very clear on our notices that we can support you through. And I haven't got a notice in front of me to give you the exact language, but I'm very happy to share it. But that shows that we are here to support you if you need help in meeting this.
Most people don't take the person giving you the fine as the happy help agency. It's just not how most people think. They think, hey, these nice people have given me a $586 fine and they want to help me. It's just most people don't go through that thought process, Mr. Johnson, which probably explains why people don't contact you.
Oh, many people do, Mr. Shoebridge. I'll come back to you with the number of calls we've had. I haven't got that in front of me. But I think it's a misrepresentation of the efforts that we're doing in supporting vulnerable people by making a point of the words that we have on our advices to people, which are, we try to get a response from someone, a positive response to someone to engage with us when we send them an advice, and we send multiple advices over a period of time.
But none of it includes some black and white statement that if you're on a government pension, if you're on social security, there's a good chance you could have your fine cut in half. Here's how you apply.
But I'm very happy to continue to. I'll return to the office and reflect on their advice as how we can communicate that better. I think I agree the sharing of a message that you owe money is a difficult one for us to get engagement with. It's been a challenge for our office, I think.
It's not a happy time.
No.
I've received communications from your office at different times over, my 30 years of adulthood, and it's not been a happy time. That's my personal experience.
Specifics?
For later, on notice.
We can do better. We can continue to be better in our messaging, and we are doing work about thinking around behavioural science, behavioural nudges to get people to respond to us. Whether to say, here is a 50% discount to everyone when it is only for a cohort of people that are going to be available to. We have to work through the right way.
Yeah. On notice, if you could provide details of all of the fines that have now been, offences that have now been excluded from the system. If you could provide an example of any notice that you give to people about it.
Happy to.
But I come back to this point. If you don't put it in the communication in a clear and digestible way, when a person gets their fine, it is highly unlikely that anything other than a tiny fraction are going to be calling your office for help in the situation. There has to be another way of getting that information to people. Do you accept that?
So I think that makes the assumption that the 50% discount is the only reason someone would contact us, where I think we provide a range of options that will suit everyone. If someone calls us to say, could I get a 50% discount, and we say no, that's not necessarily the most helpful point, but we can talk to them about how, with this fine, with other debt they have, how we can best support them. So I agree, absolutely, we can do more and probably should do more to share the message of this great effort, the availability that we have.
Well, 167, I'm trying to work out what it is as a percentage of, say, 1 million fines. And I'm not sure if it's three zeros after the decimal point or if it's 4 zeros after the decimal point, but it is not making a meaningful difference on any view of it, is it, Mr. Johnson? And that policy, announced with great fanfare on the 21st of June 2020, has just not been followed through, has it?
So that aspect of the legislation, I agree, has not reached the numbers that we anticipated, but it still has made a fundamental difference to the way that people have engaged with it. Some people do know, you'd be surprised, but some people have called us and asked about this.
There's just under 700 people in 2 years.
Have received it, but they've either been then diverted.
That's like one person a day.
Made a difference in that person's life.
I understand that each time something happens, that's good, right? And diverting people onto a payment plan rather than whacking them with a court fine and putting enforcement proceedings and garnishing their wages, that's all good. And I'm not trying to minimise that work. But it has failed in a major and significant way to live up to the promise that was made about the 50% reduction for people in significant financial hardship. That's what I'm putting to you. You can either agree or disagree.
I don't think it's for people like yourself to judge whether that's failed in a significant way rather than myself. I think this hasn't reached its potential and that's clear, but it's a valuable tool for us that we can keep building on. I mean,
I'll finish on this. If nobody knows, nobody applies, and I can't work out how on earth 99 people out of 100 would ever find out about this. And but you've undertaken to go back and look at the notification processes and see if that can be improved.
We are looking. We have been over a period of time looking at our advices, and I'll get an update specifically on that opportunity for a discount.
They are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shoebridge. So we'll go into over to the opposition, and I actually just might start, if I can, just in relation to a number of fines that were really, tens of thousands, in fact, of fines that were issued for COVID breaches. I know this has been a topic, in fact, the Minister's commented on the last week. So I think you can correct me on this, but roughly around 60,000 odd fines.
It is very close to 60,000.
Yeah, just short of 3,000 issued to children, in fact. Now, I know you don't issue the fines, but you are part of the process. I'm particularly focused on disadvantaged communities. We've seen the stats from your organisation about the fact that they seem to have been quite heavily targeted with these fines. So can you talk to us about what work you're doing to support people who might be in very difficult circumstances in terms of paying these fines? Are you providing any support to them? I know applications have been made, but only about 300 of them have been considered or overturned by Revenue New South Wales. It's not huge, given that, like I said, just short of 3,000 are children.
So the process is important, I think, in how I best answer this. So if someone requests a review to their fine, we engage the issuing authority, which in I think 99% of COVID fines is the police, New South Wales Police. They go through a process of review, consider the circumstances, and provide either on occasion withdraw or advise us that the penalties to stand. I then have the ability to further consider and caution or withdraw fines, and on a relatively small number, I've done that. But from a perspective of numbers that have been withdrawn, it is a reasonably low number, but it's not necessarily inconsistent with other fines. I think the important thing in Revenue New South Wales's approach to supporting communities about these fines is trying to provide good information about people's choice. This includes, and so we've in the latter months of last year we initiated a working group with the various legal services across New South Wales and other parts of the public service to understand the issues that were coming through, not so much the legality or the issuing of the fines, even though those issues were absolutely there, but how could we better connect and work with communities.
So what kind of work are you doing on that? Because, I mean, I'm particularly talking about the already disproportionately disadvantaged communities. So a lot of the fines were handed out in Walgett, Warrana, Wilcannia. So have you reached out, or is your organisation doing any work with people who are affected in those communities?
Yes, so through this group and identifying the best ways to engage with communities, which isn't necessarily a Revenue New South Wales officer, through police in some areas, legal aid, others, to share the information that people have. This is how you make a request for review. If people haven't got access to technology or to do it online, that's quite limiting, and so we've created the opportunity for people to do that more. We've through this working group and the legal services groups, and understood the types of issues that are coming forward, and can we look at alternative ways for people to meet their debts, particularly work development orders, and had some success in communities in that, and again trying to get early engagement with people to have a discussion, because in many cases they're large fines, and working through that process.
So the working group, sorry, who's involved in that? Because some of these questions or these issues are being raised directly by, say, for example, the Aboriginal Legal Service,
so
who are making the point that people have made applications to Revenue New South Wales who, in their view, these fines should have been dealt with in a different way, but they're not. So are they involved in the working group, or how are you engaging with them?
Yes, they are, and I'm aware of the criticism that they've shared on the, which is typically to the lawfulness or of the fine, rather than in my welcome contrary view, but rather than how Revenue New South Wales is engaging with people. We for these fines, we are working closely with police and working within the system, and knowing that the public health orders were very important to keep us healthy and safe, and trying to be consistent through that process.
Have they also been excluded from the 50% reduction?
COVID fines are not part of the 50% reduction, that's right.
Was that a conscious decision to exclude them?
Because of the seriousness of the offences, they were excluded, yes.
Seriousness of COVID breaches in Wilcannia?
So the public health orders were there to keep the state safe.
Look, I accept you don't issue the fines. I'm not arguing with that. That's a matter for police and other authorities. But essentially, there's a huge chunk of people who are already very disadvantaged, and if you aren't going to review their fines, which these legal groups are saying is not happening, their only other option is to go to court. This is not really a great position for people to be in. So is there other work that you can do, or that you're considering?
So with all respect, Chair, we are reviewing their fines. Like, I think it's the outcome of that review that is the issue, where it is standing.
Well, there's no review to reduce the fines or to waive the fines. The review is just how they go about paying it off over a period of time.
No, sorry, Mr. Shoebridge, the review is where someone challenges or questions the issuing of the fine. That's where a request for review, that's the basis of a request for review.
So it's only about a lawfulness. There may be some legal defect in the fine. If there's a legal defect, then they can have it reviewed. But this isn't a merits review.
Circumstance is also part of that discussion, or part of that deliberation. If there's been examples where people might have been the exercising was being able to be out, and maybe they were sitting down at a time when they were issued a fine. Understanding the context of health and other things was provide other colour, which in cases has allowed some of these to be.
But that's not about them not having the financial capacity to pay the fine or the crippling impact of the fine. It's about whether or not the fine should have been issued in the first place because of maybe a defect in the process or failing to establish one of the grounds of the offence. Unless you tell me otherwise, in which case please tell me how many fines have been waived for COVID because of the dire financial circumstances of the person who had the fine.
So my apologies if I was answering a question about people asking for their fine to be reviewed. I thought that's why I was talking about the legality of it to the Chair's question. There's a range of reasons where fines have been withdrawn, and some of them do relate to their personal circumstance and their ability to pay.
So how many have been withdrawn? First of all, how many have been withdrawn, or the COVID fines have been withdrawn? And then secondly, of that, how many of them have been withdrawn because the people simply can't afford to pay them?
I would have to the latter, I would have to take on notice around the specifics.
The former, how many have been withdrawn?
There's a range of. I will the full number, the exact number I'll come back to you with, but at the 31st of January, we're in the vicinity of 1,150 or closer to 1,200.
Out of?
60,000. And some of these were cautioned. So I was looking at areas where they were either cautioned or other parts why I was. But I can give this breakdown to you on notice.
That would be really helpful. In fact, if you've just got it there in black and white, if you could just, we can get a copy made of it and shared if that's the easiest way.
Yeah, that's fine.
And just so how many of these applications are currently in place and what's the timetable for their consideration? So my figures would be out of date because you've just given 31st of January, but as I understand it, in December there are roughly about 7,000 applications made and there were still about 3,200 outstanding.
So requests for review, we've had 10,310 requests for review that have been processed, which related to 8,327 penalty notices. So we had some multiple, because customers can submit multiple requests for a single fine. There's a further 543 requests for review that are yet to be processed for 348 penalty notices. 4% are outstanding.
So about 1 in 7 succeed on those numbers. If you said about 1,200 had been withdrawn,
yes.
About 1 in 7.
Yep.
Could I ask one question on the children? Is that possible?
Sorry?
Can I ask one question on the children?
Yeah, of course.
What is the youngest age that somebody was hit with a COVID fine for?
I'll take that on notice, but I'll come back to you today. I believe I know the answer, but I don't. I don't want to say that.
So if somebody is, if a child is issued with a fine, what are the processes you go through? First of all, to notify the child of the fine, and then secondly, to enforce it.
So it's a different process to an adult, such as we don't. We just. So I can't find my specific notes to that question, but So a fine is generally the person's aware of the fine being issued because they were there and had an interaction in 99% of the instances with police. So there's something provided. We follow a similar process because we only have the contact details of the person, in this case a minor, that we would email. We would post an advice. You
posted to the minor?
If they've provided an address, because we have not got authority in this instance to speak to or engage with their parent and don't know their circumstances at home, and there is a low. It's a very difficult area for us to get connection and response to, unless typically, but a lot of the minors that have received fines are not. They're 17-year-olds, or so there's different challenges we face depending on the age.
So you're literally sending letters to 13-year-old kids saying, "Here's your $2,000 fine. Here's your $1,000." But
we have to advise them of the fine. They would have received something when they were off the police officer, presuming that was how the fine was given. We don't go through. There gets to a point where we don't continue to pursue that fine. What occurs is when they reach 18 or they try to get a driver's licence, there'll be a record that hasn't been resolved, which often provides a trigger for them to engage with us. So many fines for minors don't get resolved by minors.
Until they want a licence.
But they can still do work development orders. For instance, it got some really great success with minors working with doing work development orders through Tafe courses, etc., to try to meet that debt across a whole range of things, not just
so some of the most
COVID fines.
Vulnerable kids in the state accrue these bunch of fines, and then that ends up becoming a multi-$1,000 problem before they can get their driver's licence, and that's the system. That's the system you administer, Mr. Johnson. I'm not saying you created it, but that's the system. Some of the most vulnerable kids in the state accrue a bunch of fines, maybe one, two or more, and then what that actually means is in reality, they've got a multiple $1,000 barrier in addition before they get their driver's license.
Which is a terrible outcome. So what we're trying to do in this space is, we're administering the laws that are given to us.
I'm not blaming you for the system, Mr. Johnson.
But what we can do and where we can provide a difference is through education, diversionary strategies, such as doing pilots with around helmet fines for kids not wearing helmets, etc. How can we, instead of fining, find a different solution that either provides them with a helmet or provides another outcome so that they're not getting a fine? It's working with transport around transport fines as well, and how do you where people receive fines for not paying for a ticket, etc. How do we, it might be safety reasons or others that they're riding the trains, that we can find a solution that doesn't penalise them, because we're looking for behavioural change in our system, not penalty, not financial penalty. And the more that we can do and the freedom that we actually can engage with communities, have our very effective Aboriginal community outreach team that has good connection over many years in communities to try and help and support people. We've also got a hardship, First Nations hotline where someone, an Aboriginal person, if they've got a fine, they can speak to someone, they have the choice of speaking to an Aboriginal person if they'd like. And if they don't, that's fine, but we've helped in the last, or at least that service has been taken up by about 1,500 people in the last year. There's many things that we can do that avoid that point where someone hits 18 and they've got a fine debt. And what our job is to continue to try and engage with them in different ways, and where we can be creative, work with schools, work with others to try and get to that point where you're not having that situation that causes cycle of disadvantage.
I'll stop here, but how many, can you give us on notice, how many people did hit 18 with that fine debt? Last financial year and this financial year to date?
I'll take that on notice.
I would think in balance to also get
Mr. Johnson, I'm not going to limit how you respond to that question. If you want to put some context in it with some other data, that's by all means do.
Well, I'm going to ask for some other data, and you can take this on notice, of course, but I might be out by a number or two, but my understanding is that 56 children were issued COVID breach fines for between $3,000 and $5,000 each. It's 56 of them, which is blowing my mind because I would imagine that all 56 of those children are already in other kinds of circumstances. So can I invite you, you can either answer now, but otherwise take it on notice, with those 56 children, has any action or alternatively support been provided so that they're not stuck with these $5,000 fines for breaching COVID rules?
So I'll have to give the fullest answer. I'll come back on notice if that's okay.
But you didn't issue them, but sure.
But I will say we, and in part the engaging with the legal services who we continue to meet with regularly as a group. We take their feedback, we take their criticism, and think about actually what can we do to get the best possible outcome. And our space is not to question whether it was $5,000 or $3,000 in the fine or whatever that level was.
But if you're pursuing them...
Yes, we are, but we can do it with empathy and understanding to them, but we need to have engagement with people who've got fines. And this is where the legal services are a great advocate and support, actually. Like, we need their connection where people are coming to them looking for help. And even though we welcome their robust feedback about what they're not happy with on that as well. But I'll, to the specifics of that group, I couldn't answer off.
But it's a unique challenge, isn't it? I mean,
very much so.
Like, there's no other part of... There aren't other circumstances that I'm aware of where kids are getting $5,000 fines which you're administering. This is kind of unique.
These fines are bigger than we would normally administer. I agree. So I'd say that's right. I don't have with me the numbers of people in that or the circumstances that they were given. So there's an assumption that you've made that they're vulnerable, and they quite possibly are. And quite possibly we're working really closely with. We've got.
But this sounds like just another 56 people who are just going to have another insuperable barrier, many of them, to getting a driver's licence.
Well,
then they'll maybe be, fined for driving unlicensed, and they'll get some additional fines, and the whole thing will just keep going. They can't get a job.
And so, Mr. Shoebridge, that's a real challenge for us, but we're leaning into it to try and make
one thing you could do straight away.
I'm absolutely not saying that we're ignoring these people. There's a situation, unprecedented situation, where 60,000 fines for offences that didn't exist 2 years ago, that we're working through with the different community groups, with different parts of the state, and people are suffering and struggling in different ways. And then others who can pay as well. We can't. So we've got to be really smart to how we engage with people and get the right outcome.
One thing you could, though, Mr. Johnson, straight away, is you could actually extend the 50% reduction to those fines where the fine was issued to a minor. You could do that. You could do that this afternoon. You could halve the problem for those kids. Why won't you do that?
For
56 kids who are facing $5,000 fines or so, you could do that this afternoon.
Well, I firstly would like to reflect on the data of the 56 of 5,000, because I don't know that circumstance. I think the 50% discount is very clear in its framing around the types of offences that, and the really robust debate that went on about what would be, what types of things should be included or not, and the seriousness of public health orders.
But whatever the past discussion was, it should not get in the way of you in your role as Chief Commissioner trying to deliver a more balanced measure of justice wherever you can. And you can do it here, but you haven't. And I don't understand why.
my best response, which would be
I'll take it
not satisfactory to you, I'm sure, but is that there's a number of things that we can do to try and work through people's debts in this space that I think. Did you know we worked with the Kimberwali Education Centre in Mount Druitt to promote and encourage the use of work development orders for people who were coming, having a medical consultation and getting vaccinated for COVID, which withdrew $1,000 per person for their fine through that work development order. So I think the criticism that you're levelling, I will reflect on and think how can we continue to be better, but we're absolutely trying to be as supportive and creative as possible to people in their circumstance.
Ms Johnson, the bulk of this is you administering laws and rules that are given to you by Parliament.
That's right.
And I'm not holding you responsible for that. But in this areas you have a scope in your discretion as Chief Commissioner to deliver a measure of justice. It seems to me on the 50% reduction, you've taken a very robust approach to excluding offences. And for me, one of the you have a discretion to exclude COVID offences, and you could probably limit it to COVID offences where there are minors in place, and it doesn't seem to me it's popped to the front of your mind, despite this really significant impact on kids. Like $5,000 fine for a 16-year-old kid. Who has that? So I don't. There's a chance for you to do something.
We have had discussions again with the working group that extended beyond government, public service, about what were our options in this space, and I feel there's a range of alternatives that can get a good outcome, and there are instances where we can withdraw a fine due to significant vulnerability, where there's if someone is unable to pay it and engages with us and has that discussion, there are things that we can do to support those people. So what as I said, and genuinely we'll take this feedback on, and I'm going to look at if it's 56 or it's some other number, and think about how do we best support them individually. But I think the fairer fines 50% discount is not necessarily the mechanism.
I hijacked the opposition's questions, so if you have any...
Go back to us. Fantastic, thank you. I've got a couple. Are you able, we've been talking a little bit on the public health orders, just the up-to-date numbers in terms of how many and worth how much?
The fines? So
yeah, for public health orders, and yeah, are you able to give us those?
So it was a number just shy of 60,000.
And can you just tell us to what date that is?
$59,958 as of the 31st of January.
And do you know how much they're worth?
$55.33 million.
Do you know how many of them were issued to people under the age of 18 years old?
3,563.
3,563, and the value of those?
2.33 million.
And do you know how many individuals they were issued to?
I'll take that on notice and probably be able to come back to you shortly. I would like to say it's the same number, but I don't think it probably is.
Thank you.
Quite.
And just to be clear, that's the total number of orders that were issued throughout the entire... What period does that cover? Is that just this financial year? Is it...
That is the total number of fines issued.
Altogether, so the whole COVID.
The past 2 years. There's a relatively small proportion in the previous...
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr Johnson, it was 59,958.
Eight.
And it was 55 million.
Yep.
Correct.
And are you able to just further break, I assume this is probably a little bit difficult, but just the breakdown of those that are overdue and that there's been recovery actions being pursued, separate from just getting the fine?
So there's 25,265 are overdue.
And so that sounds like you might be able to tell me how much that's worth too.
That's worth $22.93 million.
And so does that mean that that's basically there's recovery actions underway? Is that?
Yeah, so they enforced, there would be a $65 enforcement fee, and we would continue to try and engage and make
That's on top of the fine, so they've got to pay an extra 65 on top of the fine.
Which from the outset is identified that several months after it's 2 months after it's initiated, roughly, that happens.
And they've all come from New South Wales Police. That's
99% are from New South Wales Police.
And to go back to the garnishee order, the fact that so they've been paused. Once you've got the legal advice, it doesn't mean they've gone away. Is it possible that we're going to then basically, once you've assume you cleared any legal hurdles and that you're comfortable, that really it's then just press go? So we could anticipate not just the normal, there's only been 3,000 in 2021, that all of a sudden, there's sort of missing 20,000 that there normally is, will be on top of what happens 21, 22?
We're not catching up. It's not an effort to catch up, and when we've turned it off previously during COVID, we eased it back, the process back in. I think the people who are overdue in their fines, including COVID fines, could potentially progress through to the point where a garnishee order is issued for their amount. So I don't think it's...
I'm really talking about all of them. I'm just I'm really just going back to this issue that they're paused at the moment. Yeah. So yes, it'll capture some of the people under the public health orders, but it's really just everyone who's potentially going to have a garnishee order. It's paused at the moment, but once you've cleared your legal concerns or reassured yourself, they just straight back in. Yeah.
Our strategy to recommence it would probably not be just. It'd be gradually, progressively reinstated, but it's a part of the function that we have to, as Mr. Smythe spoke to earlier, part of the function that we have to pursue in our role.
Yep, no, that's great. I want to ask you about something slightly different, still COVID related though. Did your agency establish a separate COVID cost centre to receive support?
We've supported the state in numerous ways in Revenue New South Wales for COVID stimulus efforts. And
Johnson, this is whether or not you had the black credit card to do whatever you like.
If the question is,
did you have a cost centre in Revenue New South Wales to allocate costs required by your agency to deal with COVID matters?
Yes, so we established the efforts that were related to COVID. We established reporting and a cost centre to effectively, if we understood what we were spending on COVID stimulus efforts and ensured that they were spent on COVID stimulus efforts.
Can you tell us how much you spent on COVID stimulus efforts?
Could I come?
Yep, no, that's fine. I'm very happy for you to come back to us. And obviously I'm also interested in a breakdown of how much you spent, but also what it was spent on.
Yes, so we've helped in a number of ways, land tax relief.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is my understanding is that Treasury provided some, maybe your agency wasn't one of them, which is the question that I'm asking about whether your agency specifically was given supplementary funding to deal with COVID measures. Mr. Cootstrotter looks like he wants to answer this question. I'm going to ask him in a minute what DPC did.
I'm going to deliver a media watch judgment on this one.
Yeah, so I'm wanting to understand whether Revenue New South Wales had additional funding to deal with its own COVID-related matters.
No,
You may not have.
So no. Our efforts, when I was answering a question that I thought you related to...
No, we'll come back to those things. No, that's all right. We'll come back to those.
No black credit card for you.
No. So,
how did you miss out, Ms Johnson?
right. Mr Coates-Trotter might be able to tell me what DPC did,
please. Sorry, I can't really answer for DPC, but of course the story in the Sunday paper from unnamed whistleblowers with unspecific allegations did say that Department of Communities and Justice was at the front of this this appalling behaviour. Look, first up, if there are specific allegations, they have to be dealt with properly. But secondly, there weren't any, and DCJ would have hundreds of cost centres at any given time, and all of the various COVID initiatives, everything from additional rental subsidies to additional temporary accommodation to grants through Red Cross to called communities, would all have cost centres, as would using rapid antigen tests for every prison officer or youth justice worker arriving on site every day. So it's not surprising that cost centres would be established and expenditure coded to them, but all of that happens within an appropriation to the agency from the Parliament and or the Treasurer. So that's the ultimate control. So that the notion that there's some means by which public sector agencies can go off and spend unlimited amounts of monies is just completely nonsensical and wrong. So there could be some specific allegations that something that should have gone to cost centre A was put to cost centre B. They haven't yet emerged, but the general picture, just to reassure people, is that there are really tight financial controls in place for all this stuff.
Yes, but as you also know, I don't really want to get into the DCJ. It's not that this is not the estimates for that, and we could have had a long conversation about that. Yes, in another time, perhaps we would have been having a long conversation about that. But I do think it's some of the allegations are serious, and while you're making the point that you could just have, if it's just this cost allocation and this allocation, that does have real ramifications. If people, if one of the allegations was that people got their carpet replaced in their office. Yep. And they put that to the COVID, or was supposed to be taken out of the COVID money, I think that's a problem.
No, I would agree, but
trying to understand, so for example, I asked National Parks earlier this week, and they were actually able to tell me that they got $1.1 million, and they were able to give me a breakdown that basically that was used for extra cleaning of their offices and dealing with visitors. I'm perfectly relaxed about that answer. What I'm trying to elicit today is, in terms, it doesn't sound like Revenue New South Wales. And to be honest, I wasn't really expecting Revenue New South Wales to have it. They're not a frontline agency. They're doing their work. They were able to move online. All of those things. People work from home. I'm not really expecting it. It's more the frontline agencies where there's people in the field that have got to keep working, where I assume this money went to. Sure. But the concern is, there's some pretty cluey people who understand how they manage their budgets, and whether that's was an appropriate place for money to be used. And the whistleblowers are serious about it. And whether you're annoyed or not about the way in which it's come out, i.e., they've gone to the media rather than go to the plan, that's fine. But the issue is
unnamed whistleblowers. And when the journalist was pressed for specifics, they would not provide them. If we get specifics, we can act on it. Happy to do it, but to just kind of be, a lot of people doing a lot of, working really hard and actually coding expenditure to between hundreds of cost centres is necessary, but it's a lot of work for finance teams to do and for frontline managers to do. It's appropriate. You need to be accountable for the dough, but to, kind of have a pretty significant concern raised without any specifics at all, I think is just a bit unfair to all those people who do good work.
But the long and short of it for today's hearing is there was no COVID additional payment to you, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Johnson
there's no imaginarium in the Chief Commissioner's office, and we can move on.
I was going to raise the point that there has not been much of a question asked of late, but it was an interesting discussion nonetheless.
Right, well, how about I ask a more specific question then? Of the $310 million that was allocated late last year for the summer holiday stock guarantee, are you able to tell me how much is actually expended?
What?
This was a COVID stimulus measure, economic support measure for
It's for
businesses.
hospitality and retail base. This is
Yeah, I
sort of
think
late
that would be
October, the lockdown, the sort of shadow lockdown happens,
DCS,
everyone
probably.
stops booking.
Yeah, so that's not a grant
Not
or a
gonna be
support
you.
that
It's not one
revenue.
of yours. That's okay. We'll go to yours then.
And a few.
Okay. Yeah, there's been a lot. That's all right. I'll let my colleague go for a bit.
So this may not be the right place, but do you know how many part-time workers in the Regional New South Wales Department applied for the special leave to assist the harvesting season?
Yeah,
in
no,
Regional New
I
South
saw the
Wales?
call out go out. I don't, but we can try and find that, or get an answer for you on record.
That'd be great.
I thought that was a really creative response to a significant problem.
We're interested in how many full-time workers in the Regional New South Wales Department took it, and then how many casual workers applied for special leave.
Okay.
And if any leave alternatives were made available to casual workers at the department who sought to assist farmers during this period.
Okay. I will refer this to my colleague Gary Barnes in Regional New South Wales because they would hold the information. So yeah. But
We're interested in the capacity of the Minister for Employee Relations. That was the...
To enable that special leave to happen.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Beautiful. Okay. I'll pass back to my colleague because I think that's all I have on that.
Oh, okay. It's easy then. I think Mr Johnson can help me with this. Land tax numbers.
Okay.
This one you definitely do. Very good. I'm just really wanting an update on the figures. I think you provided some to us in October, and so
Related to the relief?
Yep. Waiver for commercial sector.
So,
making a squillion at the moment.
So would you like this in total for the four? Because there's been.
Because you've got them broken down as well. You can provide it to me in the way that is easiest for me to understand.
There's a lot
Mr.
of numbers.
Johnson.
So,
yes.
well, the easiest way would be in total. I would suggest. So,
Okay.
But we have further detail if helpful. So we've had 26,000. So there's commercial and residential land tax relief. So on the commercial side, 26,595 claims have been paid to a value of, I presume you are looking for $385,186,488. On residential, 10,058. Or $21,833,791, which is a total of.
Sorry, can you just give me the figure for the not for the commercial, for the
residential. So it's 10,058.
Yeah.
For a value of $21,833,791.
Okay.
Which in total, to put them together, is 36,653 claims paid for a value of $407,020,279. 407,020,279. Numbers were starting to.
No, there's a lot of numbers, but no.
Yes.
Thank you. And sorry, that's to which date? Is that to?
So this is up to this is current to now actually.
To today. So say 1 March. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got. It doesn't close till the end of March, and we'll still receive more applications. We've got 3,048 clients with claims not yet processed.
And this was the total that the government allocated for this was 440 million. Is that right?
I believe so. Yes.
That sounds like you're basically on track.
I'd expect it'll be very close or a bit under, maybe.
But it closes 31 March.
Yes, we extended it. It was to be at the end of the last calendar year, but
that's what I thought.
We had some feedback about people having some difficulty getting applications in at times, so we pushed it out a bit longer.
Right. Okay, that's good. Can I?
So, sorry, I'm just going to check that figure again. So it's 21 million. It was for the residential. $21,833,791. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure whether this is you, Mr. Johnson. This is the grants for the small commercial landlords. Closed.
That one's not actually.
Gadiel, sorry, I'm just looking at this. Mr. Gadiel asked. Oh no. Is that you? Not.
No, let me.
It might not be you. Let's do one that I know is definitely you.
Yeah.
How about land tax relief period? So at the end of October, you indicated that there'd been. Sorry, this is how many people had applied for land tax relief.
These were the numbers I previously.
That's what you've just given me.
You. If I could just answer the question before that, I looked blankly at you at. That's the Commercial Landlord Hardship Fund is being administered by Service New South Wales.
Sorry.
So we support them with some data around eligibility, etc.
I have to say some of the changes in the reshuffle and the machinery of government have been a little bit confusing for some of us to work through, so that's okay. We'll keep going with that. I wanted to ask you about some industrial relations things, actually. I wanted to ask about the Industrial Relations New South Wales publication managing complaints and non-compliance policy. Who's that? Is it Ms. Dobbins? Is this one for you?
No, I think it's a Department of Communities and Justice look after the Industrial Relations Commission.
Sorry, they don't report through you as the Minister for Employee Relations?
They are housed in DCJ along with courts and tribunals.
But do they report though to the Minister for Employee Relations, or do they report to the Minister?
Or do they just report to the Attorney General?
I'd ask Mr. Houston if he knows the answer.
Oh, Charlie, here we go. Red letter afternoon.
All day.
Thank you. I think you might be, I'm not exactly sure the document you're referring to, but there is and we do have a procedure for managing complaints that have been made to our inspectors in the compliance team where there are allegations of underpayment of long service leave payments or the like.
Sorry, Mr. Houston, we were also interested just to know which is the minister that's actually responsible for the Industrial Relations Commission?
Well, there's two parts to that. In terms of the appointments to the Commission, it's a joint responsibility of the Attorney General and the Minister for Employee Relations. The employees within the registry who operate the backbone of the Commission are employees of the Department of Communities and Justice. And that courts and tribunals area falls within the responsibility of the Attorney General.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Houston. That was very helpful. Glad that someone knows the reporting structure in the government.
So basically, there's no reporting to the Minister for Employee Relations.
Yeah. So staff in the registry report to the principal registrar of the Supreme Court ultimately. Yep. It does not report to the Minister for Employee Relations.
And is an employee of the Department of Communities and Justice.
So if we were to ask the question about where's the annual report for the Industrial Relations Commission, we need to ask that to the Attorney General, not to the Minister for Employee Relations.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay,
thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. We might. All right. Wages policy. Has the department sought or done any economic modelling in relation to changes to the wages policy?
So the wages policy is considered from time to time by a committee of Cabinet.
Are you able to tell us which committee?
Usually the Expenditure Review Committee.
Yep.
And I can't go into the specifics of what's on the agenda for the Expenditure Review Committee, but the wages policy is considered from time to time, given changes in, economic circumstances, if nothing else.
So, given the evidence that we had from the Minister this morning, that there are obviously 80 agreements that are coming up in the next 12 months, the wages policy is pretty important in terms of how they're going to be resolved.
Yes.
Has there been economic modelling done? If so, by whom? Or how is that considered? Other than, I accept that there's a committee. Who's briefing the committee and what work's being, how does that?
So the committee would be briefed through our minister, but it would draw on input from the Treasury and from the Treasury economics team.
That's right. Okay. The Industrial Relations Advisory Council. I think that is your minister.
Right. I will, unless Mr Houston indicates otherwise, I'll accept that.
Yes, it is. I haven't heard that term for a while, but yes, that's right.
Yes, well, it exists. There's 19 members of it, I believe. Is that correct? He's definitely got them. Sorry, I've just got his list of acts in front of me. So he's definitely got that. So you're not able to tell me the last time this advisory council met?
No, I'll take that on notice. But what I can say, if it's of assistance, is that there is a regular consultative committee with public sector unions which meets on a monthly basis, where that's attended by generally Unions New South Wales and up to sort of 20-odd representatives from various unions. So that's probably one of our key forums for engagement with unions.
But Mr Hughes, that's obviously quite a different thing. I mean, there's actually an act there's the Industrial Relations Advisory Council Act. That's clearly, this consultative committee is not operating under that act. Is that right?
I think what you said is correct, yes.
So someone will be able to tell me when and if the Industrial Relations Advisory Council has met and the last time that occurred?
It's been some time, but I'll take that on notice.
Would you also be able to tell us how many if all of the positions are filled? It's quite a big group. I think it's 19 people.
Yes, I'll take that on notice if I can.
And are you able to tell us also the last time the chairperson, which is the minister, so it might have been this minister, I think by the sound of it could maybe have been several ministers before, the last time the minister had a meeting with the council?
I think that I'll also have to take that on notice.
Yep, no, that's okay. I'm happy for you to take all of these on notice if we don't know. It would be, well, given the looks, it seems to me that this is not an active group. So if you'd be able to provide on notice to us the number of times the council has met, I think we should say since 2011, and the number of times the Minister for Employee Relations or equivalent was present at that meeting.
Certainly, I'll take that on notice, but I think you're right, it has been some time.
Yeah, I think that's right. And the other thing I'd be interested in then, look, really I'm looking for the whole history of what's happened since 2011 in relation to this council, how many times it's met. So part of the other things I'm looking for is how many times did it try to meet and didn't meet quorum? And and the other point I make is I understand that under the Act it's supposed to meet twice a year, whether it's ever actually complied with that.
We'll take that on notice.
Happy for you to take all of those on notice. Yeah. No, I think that's right. So issues in relation. So this is again. I'm not certain that this is actually the right estimates for this. So I'll ask, and I'm sure you'll tell me. The People Matters Employee Survey, I assume, really sits with DPC. Is that right?
Yeah.
There's no role for Minister Tudehope in any of that.
It is administered, as you know, through the Public Service Commission, responsible to the minister. Statutory role, but the relevant minister is the Premier.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I thought that was right. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And so there's no. The minister, the minister really is. So then, just so I have this correct, then the People Matters, that all goes through the Public Services Commissioner, and then the managing the outcome of that is really done through DPC with the line agencies individually. That's the way that would be dealt with. Is that right? Thank you. I think that's it for me.
I've just got one last question. I think, Mr Houston, we had a long discussion about paid parental leave in a previous estimate. So I just wanted to check whether the standard arrangements for father parental leave is still 2 weeks?
No, that's now 14 weeks.
Yeah.
Now 14 weeks, and that's across the public service?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's 2 weeks concurrently with the other parent on the birth or of the child, and then a further 12 weeks within 12 months of the birth or custody of the child.
And that, when you say that it has to be 12 weeks within 12 months of the birth, does that require the mother to go back to work in order to access that, or can they take the 14 weeks at the beginning?
Well, they need to be the primary carer while they're taking the leave.
Okay. So the situation is, though, that if you have both parents off work, you're only entitled to the 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But if you're the primary carer, you can have a further 12 weeks in order to allow the primary carer to go back to work.
Yeah.
Okay. And
buzzer is actually our forced break.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's determined.
That's fine. Then we can wrap it up there.
Oh, thank you.
Finished.
Oh, I'm comfortable with that. But
I am too.
Government?
We will waive our... Thank you.
Oh, look, actually, no, I've got...
Can I provide a point of clarification on something I said earlier around the land tax relief? We closed on the 28th of February, not 28th of March. So apologies for that. So
that's good.
The number outstanding is what we're processing.
But no,
is there anything else that you wanted to...
early mark.
Yeah. Is there anything else people wanted to clarify, or if you've got any other answers, you're welcome.
That's fine. We can.
So you've got, there were a number of things taken on notice. There's 21 days to respond. The Secretariat will be in touch with all of you in relation to that. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Terrific. Thank you.
Good weekend.
Thanks.